Before we begin today's event, we at UCR would like to respectfully acknowledge our responsibility to the original and current caretakers of this land, water, and air, the Cahuilla, Tongva, Luiseño, and Serrano peoples, and all their ancestors, descendants, past and present, and future. Today, the UCR campus is home to many Indigenous peoples from all over the world, including UCR faculty, students, and staff, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these homelands. At this point, I would now like to hand it off to the founder of the Persist Women's Political Engagement Conference, Denise Davis.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to be here with you today. I'm Denise Davis. I work here on campus in UCR's Office of Governmental and Community Relations, and it's my honor to welcome you to the 8th Annual Persist Conference. Thank you. It is so powerful to look out and see this room filled with community leaders, students, advocates, and everyday change makers who believe in this simple but radical idea that when women rise, our communities rise with us. In 2017, Persist began as a gathering of people who were feeling disempowered by politics and by others making decisions for us about our schools, our neighborhoods, our futures, and decided it was time to claim our seats at the table. Today, it's become a regional movement, one that continues to grow, evolve, and inspire action across generations. When I think about what it means to persist, I think about the countless stories represented here today of women balancing families and full-time jobs while running for office, of students organizing on campus to make their voices heard, of community members standing up for equity, safety, and justice. Each of you embodies the spirit of persistence, not only in what you do, but in how you lead with courage, compassion, and conviction. As we'll discuss throughout the day, this feels perhaps more urgent in this moment than ever in our lifetimes. Before we dive into today's inspiring conversations and panels, I want to take a moment to say thank you, because a conference like this doesn't happen by accident. It happens because so many partners believe in this mission and invest in it. First, to our home institution, the University of California, Riverside, thank you to the School of Public Policy and the Office of Governmental and Community Relations for your continued partnership and for showing that higher education can and should be a driver of civic engagement. I want to especially thank Taylor Thompson from SPP, Mark Manalang, the amazing Dean's ambassadors, especially Samuel and Kenny, who have worked tirelessly to make sure every logistical detail of this conference has been accounted for. You all are truly incredible, and I couldn't do this event without you. Also, thank you to the UCR Women's Resource Center, the original home of Persist and a true home for women's empowerment on campus. To our generous community sponsors, Policy Link, for always grounding the work of equity in data and justice, IEHP Foundation for supporting health and healing across the Inland Empire and understanding the importance of advocacy, the Blue Zones Project Riverside for reminding us that well-being is deeply connected to community, UC Riverside's Associated Students, ASUCR, for uplifting student leadership and advocacy, the Inland Empire Community Foundation for fueling collective impact across our region, and Tower Agency for using creativity and storytelling to advance social good. We also extend a heartfelt thanks to Rochelle Campbell and Dr. Catherine Wright, two extraordinary individuals whose leadership, generosity, and belief in women's empowerment make a real difference. Please join me in giving all of our sponsors a round of applause for making Persist possible this year. I also want to give a special shout out to Riverside Councilmember Clarissa Cervantes, who not only partnered with me to help put together an immigration-focused panel this afternoon, but also had the idea of featuring local artists and giving away their prints to the first 100 people to the conference. Hopefully you got some. Thank you to Councilmember Cervantes for donating your lovely artwork, along with artists Julie Rose and Jared Wright. Their pieces are deeply moving, and we hope you walk away appreciating the power and intersection of art, advocacy, and activism And if you haven't received a print yet, you can see them at the front desk. They are pretty incredible. Over these 8 years, Persist has grown from a single day of inspiration into a lasting network of mentorship, collaboration, and purpose. We've watched women launch campaigns, work for nonprofits, get capital fellowships, and build coalitions because of the connections made right here in this room. And this year's underlying theme, From Policy to People, reminds us that our work isn't just about legislation or leadership titles, it's about impact. It's about how decisions at every level, from city councils to state capitals, touch real lives and shape the future for our children and our communities. In a time where democracy can feel so fragile, spaces like this remind us of our collective power. They remind us that leadership looks like all of us, diverse, imperfect, learning, growing, and showing up. So as we begin this day together, I encourage you to be bold. Ask hard questions, share your story, exchange numbers, mentor someone, learn something new, and most of all, persist. Because persistence is not just endurance, it's action with purpose. It's hope turned into motion. Thank you all for being part of this movement, and thank you again to our incredible sponsors for believing in what we're building together. Let's make this our most powerful year yet. Welcome to Persist 2025. I would now like to bring up Rachel Strausman, the immediate past Dean's Chief Ambassador of the UCR School of Public Policy, for some brief remarks. Rachel Strausman is a graduate student researcher with the UCR Center for Community Solutions and a Randall Lewis Policy Fellow for Riverside County Office of Homeless Services. Rachel was previously the Dean's Chief Ambassador for the UC Riverside School of Public Policy, where she led a team of over 20 student ambassadors and was the host and producer of the school's official podcast, Policy Chats. Rachel earned her BA in Public Policy in 2025 from UC Riverside, where she graduated summa cum laude and will graduate with her master's in Public Policy from UC Riverside in June 2026. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Thank you so much, Denise. On behalf of the entire UCR School of Public Policy, its faculty, staff, and students, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you in attendance today. We are delighted to bring you this year's 8th annual Persist Women's Political Engagement Conference. I want to first take a moment to thank our generous sponsors, Tower Agency, Dr. Catherine Wright, the IEHP Foundation, IECF, Rochelle Campbell, Blue Zones Project, PolicyLink, the Associated Students of UCR, and the Women's Resource Center. Without your generous contributions, we would not be able to be here today. I also want to thank all of our volunteer Dean's Ambassadors for their hard work staffing today's event, and the School of Public Policy for allowing me to be here today. It is such a pleasure to be back at Persist for another great year. My own journey with this conference began a few years ago when I was a first-year public policy major, eager to learn and full of hope that good policy could make the world a better place. My passion for public service was fueled by the belief that policy innovators, community leaders, and elected officials could come together to leave a better tomorrow for future generations. Yet, I'll be the first to admit that I had always viewed those changemakers in a room in Washington, D.C. or Sacramento. This all changed a few months into my first quarter when I attended my first Persist. There I got to hear from women who had witnessed the struggles their community had gone through and seen the resilience of its members. And instead of sitting back and waiting for someone to notice them and make a change, they took action. Often working full-time jobs, taking care of kids at home, these women knew no bounds for what they could accomplish. These women were people like Denise Davis. For the past 4 years, I've had the pleasure of working with her, and if anyone represents the power of not only work at the local level and the commitment and persistence required to make a positive change, it's Denise. She's not only the founder of the Persist Conference, but a Redland City Council member, UCR's Assistant Director of Advocacy and Institutional Relations, a mother, a dedicated community leader, and someone I look up to in every possible way. Denise shows us that making a difference doesn't require waiting for change from DC or Sacramento. It starts right here with us. And this power at the local level is embodied in the UCR School of Public Policy's motto, solutions for the region, solutions for the world. The order is intentional because great policy work starts here in the Inland Empire. Our region is a beautiful, growing area of opportunity. Not only is it one of the fastest growing regions, but represents more than 10% of the state's population. And the IE's diverse community represents not only the future of the state, but also of the nation. This year, as we celebrate the School of Public Policy's 10th anniversary, we also celebrate a decade of research, education, and significant contributions to the Riverside community. This work includes groundbreaking research from our professors, some of which are Fulbright Distinguished Chair Fellows, dedicated community service from our students, who are completing their Randall Lewis Policy Fellowships, in which they dedicate 7 months to serving organizations in our community, and our brand new Center for Community Solutions, which helps empower informed decision-making in the region and beyond. Our 10-year anniversary theme, creating a thriving, prosperous, and abundant world, starts right here in our IE community, and it starts with all of you. As we look to the next decade, we at the School of Public Policy remain committed to empowering the next generation of policy leaders. We hope that today's conference will serve as a platform for inspiration, learning, and collaboration. The insights you gain here, the conversations you make, and the connections you engage in will ripple out to shape the future of communities and our world. As I get ready to wrap up my final year at UCR, I still remain full of hope that good public policy can make the world a better place. And my passion for public service is still rooted in the belief that policy innovators, community members, and elected officials can come together to leave the world a better place. But what I've learned from Persist, and from all of you here today, is that real change begins here, in our communities, where passion meets action. So today, let's celebrate the women who persist, the communities that rise together, and the future that we're building right here in the Inland Empire. On behalf of the School of Public Policy, I hope you have a great rest of your day, and enjoy this year's Persist Women's Political Engagement Conference. Thank you. And with that, I would like to now bring up our ASUCR President, Layla Haydar. Layla is a fourth-year biology major with a minor in political science. Throughout her past 4 years of ASUCR, she has advocated for students, community members, and more through the resources and connections at the university. She has worked on initiatives ranging from increasing parking spots on campus, expanding student health, greater access to research opportunities, through organizing a 600-plus attendee research exposition, and more. With her extensive experience in both legislation and various projects working with campus departments and administrators, she has worked towards supporting and growing campus resources. Please join me in welcoming her on stage.
Hello, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone who made this year's Persist Women's Political Engagement Conference possible and for giving me the opportunity to speak with you all today. My name is Layla Haydar, and I serve as the ASUCR president, or the undergraduate student body president at UCR. When I was looking at today's lineup of speakers and saw so many influential and high-ranking officials, I was sitting with my friends telling them, wow, it's kind of crazy to even be included among them. One of my friends then turned to me and said, well, you are the ASUCR president, Layla. Why are you so surprised? But I didn't know how to answer that. And that moment really captured for me how I feel about being a woman in leadership, in politics, and in governance. It still feels surreal sometimes, and I have to remind myself that I do belong here. My journey in ASUCR didn't begin with the intention of becoming a woman in leadership. When I first came to UCR, I just wanted to get involved, to find my community, to explore my interests. And when I found out that the student body president at the time was an Arab woman like me, something clicked. For the first time, I saw governance as something that, even at a university level, was a space where I could belong. I joined her office as a first-year fellow, and I quickly fell in love with the work and service that ASUCR does for the larger campus community. Now, as president, one of my biggest focuses has been increasing access to opportunity. I want more students, especially women and non-binary folks who might not come into college with leadership experience or fancy ASB titles, to know that they belong in these spaces too. Through internship programs and open up applications for our 20+ different committees, our goal is to show that student government is for everyone because leadership is for everyone. Whether your path leads to ASUCR or to another leadership role on campus or beyond, I hope you all continue to serve and uplift your communities with the same passion and dedication, because seeing each and every one of you in leadership isn't something crazy or extraordinary, but it's the future of leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ASUCR President, for those remarks. We will now transition to our first keynote of the day with Executive Director Aaron Edwards. Aaron Edwards is the Executive Director of Blue Zones Project Riverside. With nearly 2 decades of experience in policy, philanthropy, and nonprofit leadership, having recently served as a Riverside City Council member. In that role, Aaron represented 45,000 residents and hundreds of businesses in the downtown Riverside core and surrounding neighborhoods, where she created Riverside's 6-pillar homelessness action plan, sparked the Riverside Nonprofit Resilience Fund and Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and championed Riverside's community engagement policy, street outreach nurse program, wildlands public safety teams, and parks and neighborhood specialist program. Aaron also served as chair of the City of Riverside City Council's Housing and Homelessness Committee, on the governing board of Riverside County's Continuum of Care, and 2 terms as Riverside's Mayor Pro Tem. Prior to her role as Riverside City Council member, Aaron served with the Equality Fund, the United Way, and the Northside Anti-Hunger Network, as well as 2 terms with AmeriCorps. She received bachelor's degrees in French and English from Augustana College and a master's degree in international development from the University of Wisconsin. Aaron and her partner, Liz, have 2 young children, Ramona and Simon. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Good morning. How is everyone? Great. Wonderful. It's good to see you. It's good to see so many faces that I know and so many that I don't know. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you to the Persist Conference and to Denise Davis for the invitation. My name is Erin Edwards. I am the Executive Director of Blue Zones Project and a former Riverside City Council member. You know, my daughter, Ramona, she was 3 weeks old when I first considered running for city council. Liz, my partner, who's also a professor here at UCR, and I were relatively new to Riverside. We'd been here about 2 years. We had a newborn. We didn't have any family close by to help, so it seemed like the perfect time to consider running for office. All jokes aside, I will say there's nothing like staring into the face of an infant to crystallize what is important in this world. Running for office was Liz's idea, actually. The people who love us the most can often see things in us that we can't even see in ourselves yet. And she was convinced that I had a vision for Riverside that other people might also be excited about. So you heard a little bit about my background, wearing many hats in the nonprofit sector. You'll notice I never worked in government. I had never even considered running for office. So I knew that I would need some additional skills. And very luckily, I was accepted into the Southern California cohort of Emerge California, where, in fact, is where I met now Councilmember Denise Davis, the founder of today's conference. And I'll never forget those Emerge trainings, particularly one panel of women electeds early on from all levels of government. And the words of one particular panelist have stayed with me all these years later. She was a school board member who told the story about how hard she had worked for her election. And then one day, her elementary school-aged son came home and he was very upset because all the other parents had made cookies for the bake sale. And this parent and elected official, she talked to us on the panel about how internally conflicted she felt, the guilt. Any parents out there ever felt that guilt? Okay, thank you, Crystal. But then she got right down so she could look her son into the eyes and she said, "Honey, you don't have a mom who brings cookies to school. You have a mom who makes sure you have a school." This is a mom with a vision. She knew her why, and she knew who she was doing it for, and she was absolutely unapologetic about it. And like that panelist so many years ago, I loved being an elected official because I love working towards something that's bigger than me. I love policies and understanding the ins and outs of processes and getting a chance to truly see what's working and what's not working for the community and the many communities within the community. I love solving problems. I love activism at the neighborhood level. Who here also loves those things? Yes, I thought I might see every single hand. Well, maybe you should also be an elected official, because they say it takes 7 times of asking a woman to run before she'll even consider it. So consider this your official invitation. And also, what I want you to hear today is that if you also love those things, if you love policies and problem solving and people, there are so many kinds of things that you can do to have a very big impact. You can be an elected official to make good policies in your city. You can be a city employee and make good policies in your city. You can be the cookie parent in the PTA and make policy. You can be a student. You can stand on the front lines as a nonprofit leader and influence darn good policies in your city. And I know many of you here are doing that today. And I wanted to share that it was actually a UCR student who invited me to my very first Riverside City Council meeting. And without that student telling me what issues she cared about and where I should go to support her vision, I may never have had the journey that I had. You can be a policymaker in so many ways and in so many roles if you are true to your own vision. So my friend and my colleague, Paloma Montes, who's right over here, was side by side with me in our city council office. And our very first week in City Hall, we sat down to write our vision statement and our goals for 5 years in office. And that piece of large sticky paper was on the wall every single day that we served. Our vision was Riverside, a city where everyone can thrive. And one of our goals was moving mountains for the greater good. And it was that piece of paper that was actually the last thing that I carried out of our council office at the end of my term, and I brought it today so you can see. I do love a good visual aid. The word vision up here at the top is ironically faded from sitting on the wall all those years, but you can read the vision, a city where everyone can thrive. And at the Blue Zones project, where Paloma and I both work now, this vision, this sense of purpose is called the ikigai. It's a Japanese word. It's the thing that gets you jumping out of bed in the morning. It's the thing that you are uniquely here on this planet to do. I also recently read an article that talks about a slightly different translation from the Japanese for the word ikigai that describes it as the thing that is worth putting your life on the line for. Every policy in our council office that we championed, every big decision that we made was guided by this week one vision. Everything that I look back on today and think, wow, that was really a success, was because first we checked in with this vision statement, with our ikigai. But here's a secret. The vision, this vision behind the Ward 1 Council office wasn't brand new. We didn't actually write it for the first time in week 1 in the office on the 7th floor of City Hall on this piece of paper. We actually wrote it 2 years earlier when we were campaigning. Ensure Riverside is a city where everyone can thrive. That was the purpose statement of the campaign. I'll put this right here. We put that statement on our mailers. We wrote it at the top of the agendas for our kitchen cabinet meetings. We shared it at volunteer trainings and at canvassing events. Everything we did was guided by that vision. What is yours? Whatever your role, whatever your job, I implore you to set that vision. Set it right now. You don't need to wait until you have the perfect job or the biggest platform, because your vision matters every single step of the way. And honestly, I think that's where some political candidates and elected officials can lose their way, that it's not about who you are and what you can do. A good campaign, a good elected official, a good policy is for something. Often people will ask political hopefuls, what will you do if you're elected? And I suggest some expanded questions. What will your work inspire? What change do you crave? How are you uniquely positioned to bring your vision to life? And who will you bring alongside you? When I chose to step down from my council role after proudly serving 1 full term, I still wanted to move mountains for the greater good and see a city where everyone can thrive in so many ways. And I knew that serving on a city council dais was just one of those ways. And I'll tell you, when I transitioned off city council, my daughter, remember that tiny infant, was an elementary first grader, because time flies. And I actually did join the PTA at my daughter's school, and those parents who bring cookies to school are amazing. And cookies are just one part of that job description. These parents are organized, they know who's who, they get things done, they plan festivals and book fairs and teacher appreciation, and they're champions for the longevity of important school programs. And I was terrible at it. So I had to go back to my own vision and my own skill set to find the best place for me, because our personal and our professional roles, they might change, but our vision and our purpose, they always remain constant. It turns out my kid doesn't have a mom who brings cookies to school, and she doesn't have a mom who makes sure she has a school, but wow, so much respect to those PTA and school board parents. She has a mom who makes sure everyone everywhere can thrive at school and at work and in their neighborhoods and as human beings. Oh, thank you. That's my vision. That's my purpose. And that's the vision that led me to my work at Blue Zones Project, where the organization's actual purpose statement that I did not write is everyone, everywhere, living better, longer. And that sure sounds a lot to me like a city where everyone can thrive. So when our vision is activated and when our unique skill sets are activated, we can truly move mountains toward policy change. I want to put in a plug for our breakout session later. It's called We Can't Walk Without Sidewalks, and my colleagues Sierra and Paloma will talk about all the ways that you can influence policy, no matter your role. And they'll share more about what we do at Blue Zones Project, and we even have an activity to get you thinking about what is your own vision and your own purpose. But start now. Week 1 of your dream job, what are you writing on that blank piece of paper? What have you already written that's guiding you even now? And how will that take you where you're going next? I've been coming to the Persist conference since the very beginning, and I have met some of my favorite people and mentors here. Look around your table. These are the people who will help you persist, whether it's in elected office or whatever it is that you were put here on this planet to do. These are the people that will see something in you that maybe you just don't see quite yet. In conclusion, there are many ways to make policy, but you cannot persist without a vision, on or off the dais. And you cannot persist without the people who hold you accountable, who hold you up, and whom ultimately you're doing your work for. There is a role for each one of us in policy in every single chapter of our lives. And if we are lucky, that book is long. Thank you.
Thank you to the extraordinary Erin Edwards. That was such a powerful and beautiful way to get the conference started. Give her a round of applause. I'm going to ask her for a copy of that speech and read it over again. That was really incredible. We will now transition to our first panel of the day called The Power of Collective Advocacy, how IE nonprofits are coming together to advocate for the health and wellness of the region. Thank you so much to the IEHP Foundation for not only sponsoring the conference, but for organizing this panel. I now have the honor of introducing Vice Chair Regina Weatherspoon-Bell, who will serve as the panel's moderator. Regina Weatherspoon-Bell is a businesswoman, nonprofit founder, CEO, creative event and documentary producer, and community volunteer. In 2020, she concluded 2 terms serving as Deputy Director for the 1st District San Bernardino County Supervisor Robert Lovingood. In addition to IEHP Foundation, she has served on several boards, including as former Vice Chair of Providence Southern California Healthcare Regional Board, former board member of Providence St. Mary Hospital Community Ministry Board, past board president of High Desert Community Foundation, and current board vice chair of Caravanserai, Alliance for Entrepreneurs. Please help me in giving a warm welcome to Regina Weatherspoon Bell.
Thank you. How are you? Thank you. Good morning. And I'm also old enough that I still use paper. How about that? Want to thank you for all being here. There's nothing as powerful as a room full of women. And so let's give ourselves a round of applause for showing up for ourselves. Well, I am the board vice chair of IEHP Foundation, and I am so glad to welcome all of you to this powerful conversation we're getting ready to engage in. Today's panel highlights the voices of nonprofit leaders from our Champions for Vibrant Health Leadership Network. And that's an initiative launched by IEHP Foundation to support advocacy and systems change across the Inland Empire. These leaders represent 40 organizations working across vital conditions like housing, education, economic opportunity, and basic needs for health and safety. What makes this conversation especially meaningful is that for many of these leaders, advocacy was a new space. But through this journey, they've tapped into resources, built connections, and most importantly, led with their lived experiences. They learned that effective advocacy doesn't require a title or decades of experience. It starts with being clear on what you're advocating for, most importantly, listening to your community and using your voice to drive change. Today, you'll hear stories that are honest, inspiring, and full of practical insight. Whether you're just beginning your advocacy journey or looking to deepen your impact, I hope that this panel reminds you that your voice matters and that change starts with showing up. So again, another round of applause for you showing up. Now, I am hugely honored and privileged to invite these brilliant women to the stage. And as I'm calling their name, I'll read a little bit about them, so please just join me here on stage. It is indeed my privilege to welcome Patricia Eatham, who works with Health Career Connection as the Vice President of Southern California. She has been with the organization for over 10 years and leads efforts to plan, develop, and implement health workforce training and professional development opportunities throughout the region. She also represents Health Career Connection as their executive leader, selected for IEHP Foundation's Champions for Vibrant Health Leadership Network. Dr. Candy Carell serves as the Senior Clinical Director with Pacific Clinic and has worked with the organization since 2016. She is a licensed marriage and family therapist and also holds a doctorate in education from USC. She represents Pacific Clinics as their emerging leader who was selected for IEHP's Foundation's Champions for Vibrant Health Leadership Network. Welcome to the stage. And Daniela Romero serves as the Community Engagement Specialist with True Care. She has worked with the organization since May 2022 and leads community engagement efforts at their Paris location. Please welcome our panel today. Ladies, I'm going to ask each one of you, can you tell us a little bit about your background in policy and advocacy, and also how being a part of the Leadership Network has shaped your journey, and if you will, a moment from the Sacramento advocacy trip that really, really stuck with you. And keep in mind, we only have 2 minutes each.
I was told 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for having us here today to share some of our thoughts. I would say that my background is in clinical services, and so, you know, I started off with the focus of being the best therapist that I could be to the clients that I served, you know, trying to move them towards emotional healing and well-being. But as I started growing in higher leadership roles, I started to see that trying to solve the problems, helping them, wasn't just going to happen in a therapy room. I realized that a program alone could not solve the problem, and one agency alone couldn't do it either. And so I think that's when I had the realization and opened the door for advocacy work. I think in the beginning, back then, I wouldn't have called it policy work, but I was definitely advocating. I was showing up. I was going to different community events and speaking to individuals, families. I was pushing for a lot of funding because I knew that in the IE, there's a lot of need for services, and also creating new programs, you know, to address the emerging needs. And so, you know, that was all, you know, I think I was doing a lot of advocacy at the time. With formal policy, that's definitely been a new space for me. I think that through the opportunity of being part of the the Champions for Vibrant Health Leadership Network, it's definitely helped me learn as I go and be able to learn alongside other passionate leaders like the gals here and many others in the network, and be able to grow with them. I've had the opportunity to participate in many opportunities to speak with legislators, and it's been a fantastic opportunity because we've had the opportunity to address issues on healthcare, housing, and food insecurities. And so I think, you know, I would say that. One moment that really stuck with me.
Right, I was going to ask you that.
I would say when we went to Sacramento as 40 organizations, 80 leaders, we were a big crowd walking the streets of Sacramento. It was a lot of fun. It was very nerve-wracking because for many of us, it was our first experience really having official conversations with legislators, and we weren't just assigned to one. We had a few that we had to go to, but we did it in groups. And I think that, for me, was very powerful, that when we came together as a community and we lifted the stories of our clients, the people that we serve, I felt that that was a game changer for me because I saw that power in collective advocacy.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Candy. Patricia?
Hi, good morning. It's so great to be here. Looking out at this room reminds me actually of family and growing up, so that actually shaped my early advocacy. My parents were both university professors and advocated quite a bit. And so fast forward into my career in public health, I have had the opportunity and privilege to support my first position out of receiving my master's in public health was to direct a program called LA Link, which was funded by the State Department of Public Health. And if you all remember Proposition 99, which brought us the California tobacco tax, very effective in reducing smoking prevalence and increasing smoking policies to protect generations. And it was in that work that I also had the opportunity to work with a diverse group of organizations throughout Los Angeles County, and they were a coalition. So that was my first time really leading a coalition effort, and some takeaways, really learning to listen to the coalition, to understand the various capacities of different organizations to actually implement or drive certain components of a policy. Some could do a lot of research, some not so much research. So I brought that background to my current work in health workforce, really advocating for students throughout, and I really want to focus on the Inland Empire here. My region is Southern California, but to be able to work with students, with colleges and universities, with healthcare organizations, with health plans such as IEHP and IEHP Foundation is so gratifying because we collectively are helping to support coming into the field doctors, nurses, public health policy individuals, just the plethora and network of individuals who carry on different roles in health and healthcare and health policy to make lives better for people. So one of my most, I think, touching moments of working, being part of the Champions for Vibrant Health and Igniting Vibrant Health in the Inland Empire Sacramento trip was just being there, seeing the different levels of experience woven together to make such a great impression on all the individuals involved, the legislators we met, their staff, the foundation, to see individuals putting it out on social media, and to really work collectively to see what were going to be our main points. You know, what were we going to convey, and what did we want to come away with? And that network still continues, but it was such a privilege to be a part of it.
Wow. Thank you. And Daniela, are you on?
So before joining the network, I had no experience. I only knew the mayor in the city I worked in, but I didn't know anybody elected in my own city, people who were directly affecting my life, my community, and the future of my community. So that's where I started, but since the network, we're about to hit a year in the program. I have learned so many tools. I have been given so much knowledge of how to effectively advocate for my community, and I worked on a food pantry initiative with my organization, and thanks to the Leadership Network, I was able to receive a grant from County Supervisor Jose Medina. He's a very great leader, to say the least, but he gave me a grant, and I was able to do this because of the Leadership Network. I knew how to effectively convey my messaging and maintain a relationship with his staff. And something that stuck with me on our advocacy trip is the power of storytelling. I came with data and policy, right? But I made the most connections when I shared my story about my child with autism, how we need to protect Medicaid for families who qualify for this health insurance. So that's something I take away, share your personal story, share your lived experience. And that will bring more policy, more change, and better connections with leaders.
Great. And do you mind telling us what city?
That I live in?
Yes,
Oh,
that
yeah.
You're from, that you're representing.
Yeah, I live in Hebe, and I work in Paris.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you. Now I want to ask, and I think this is really very, very important when we talk about advocacy, right? How do you ensure that the voices of the communities you serve are centered in your advocacy work? Dr. Candy?
That's a powerful question, Regina. Thank you. I would say that I have to remind myself that this is not about me. This is about our community, right? And I think that we could fall into the trap of assuming that we know what people need when we've been in the field for a pretty long time. But I think that advocacy does start with that awareness and also humility. So, for the last 2 years, I have really focused on coordinating focus groups as part of our, Inland Empire region for Pacific Clinics. We've been doing focus groups, and they've been on topics of racial equity and justice. Most recently with engaging the members of the LGBTQ plus community. And that has been very, I think, eye-opening for us, because it's really helping us understand what what services are needed, but also, how community members want to be seen, how they want to be supported, and also how they want to be engaged. As an example that comes to mind is an event that we had earlier in the year, which we called it the Pins and Pride event, and we hosted it in Yucca Valley. This was the result of a focus groups that we heard very clearly that the community wanted events happening in their own community, in their own town. Because if you know the area, Palm Springs has a lot of events. But the reality is that a lot of community members in the Morongo Basin don't have transportation. They can't get over there. And so we made it happen. We went ahead and through the support of Kaiser Foundation, we were able to put together this bowling event. It was a fantastic outcome. We had a lot of community members attend of the LGBTQ plus, but also, more importantly, allies, individuals in the community that were there to support and to help them feel like they belonged. And so I felt that that was a feel-good moment for us, because we worked really hard to bring this to them, and we could really see that sense of belonging. But I think I could also say that I do try to stay in the community space, and so I do a lot of site visits. We have services and sites throughout the whole entire San Bernardino County, and we, even in Needles, all the way out there, but I try to visit as much as I can, even with busy schedules that we often have, right, with meetings and whatnot, but I break bread with them. I also listen to my employees, because they're in the ground, they're doing the work, they're connecting with a lot of the families, so they have a lot of insight as well, and that's what helps me know what's needed. And so then, when I am in these advocacy spaces, policy spaces, then that's when I really try my best to bring those voices with me and lift them, right? So that we can continue to bring awareness to what's needed here in the IE.
Thank you. So I'm hearing from you, Dr. Candy, that it's really important to cultivate relationship and to be seen as a trusted source within your community, because that's when you start to get the real talk about what's important, what's needed, right?
That's true, Regina. I think, we can create a lot of focus groups, right? But If the trust is not there, if the community doesn't feel safe in our space, then they're not going to come. So they're not going to share, right? So that's very important, yes. And the best way is to be out there with them and try to be culturally sensitive and be trauma informed in every way possible.
Well, thank you. Patricia, same question.
Hi, thank you. From an organizational standpoint, how to keep our members and our those we serve rooted in advocacy, knowing that our organization is an educational advancement organization, right? So we support students on their educational and career journey. As an organization for Health Career Connection, we have kept our partners rooted in advocacy, in that our organization is the helm organization for the California Health Professions Consortium. Okay, so that is a network of entities throughout the state that are working to impact policy and ensure that collectively the member organizations are advocating as within our scope to ensure that we are benefiting students along the pipeline. Okay. For our alumni who are students and recent graduates and early in their career, we are beginning to work with galvanizing our alumni to advocate. That's new for Health Career Connection. Okay, so that's a little different than my hat previously in tobacco control, where we were advocating we had church organizations as part of the coalition. We had health departments. We had schools and universities, and keeping them rooted was ensuring that in messaging and language that was central to how they received language and information about tobacco prevention issues, data, like you mentioned, but how they then turn that into their stories, right? So that's a little, I guess within advocacy, understanding audience and understanding the platform and the sphere in which you're working is really central to how then you approach ensuring that you're rooted in having your constituents or your advocate partners advocating along with you, you know. So that's really, I think that's been an important distinction for me along my career. Where we are now in terms of the Inland Empire, Coachella Valley, there are some central things. There's HR 1 that has recently happened, and for our students, this impacts their college debt. For our students, this impacts their strategy on when they're going to take their next step based on what's available to them with financial aid. So we have, within the network that we're a part of, our organization is really now trying to work with our alumni on that. We're starting listening tours on this, on college debt, because we're supporting people going into medical school, into nursing school. That's huge and that's significant, and it impacts all of our regions. People's mobility, their ability to, when they're in their career, have a mortgage. You know, we're going to be listening to our alum about how to honestly advocate within the realm of that particular whole thread of legislation, so that they can enjoy the quality of life they are certainly earning. So that, you know, keeping, ensuring that they're rooted is galvanizing our alumni to hear from them at first. And we're doing our due diligence now by hearing from so many partners at the university level, at the organizational level, AAMC for medical schools, how we can work to support to truly and honestly and sustainably lessen the burden of financial debt for students.
Right.
Yeah.
Great, great. So yours sounds very strategic
Yes, yeah.
in process
And
of
it's-
how you stay
Right.
with the ear to the ground to your population.
Correct.
Thank you, thank you. Danella?
Thank you. So I focus on really building connections in the community.
And I think, can you
Oh.
speak?
Right here? Does it? Okay.
Great.
So I focus on really building connections in the community. So you can find me anywhere there's a gap. And I really am there to listen, learn, and know the priorities of my community. And once I know any needs or any priorities, I focus on amplifying the voices instead of speaking for my community, because it's a privilege to do this work, to really advocate. And I know that when I'm amplifying voices, that change is coming from within. It's community owned, it's community led. So this is where I root my advocacy work in, like really amplifying voices and not speaking for my community.
I love that.
Thank
Don't
you.
let that mic go anywhere,
Okay.
because I'm going to ask this question, and we're going to start with you.
Okay.
So looking ahead, what's one policy issue you believe the Inland Empire nonprofit community should rally around next, and tell us why?
Okay, I believe we should rally around our nonprofit sector, having policy that will bring more investment publicly and privately, because we're in constant competition with each other and we need to collaborate. We all unite in wanting to uplift and strengthen our community. And when we have policy that will create more funds for us and protect our funds, I feel like we're all going to grow together and really have a resilient community and grow.
Right. And the strength is in numbers.
In numbers.
The strength is in numbers. Patricia?
Thank you. And sticking with the remaining connected, growing deeply within the Vibrant Health Network, but also participating wholeheartedly in forums like this to keep expanding the network, to keep understanding what is top of mind for so many organizations. For Health Career Connection, again, back to HR1, I just think there are so many components that impact us all. And so on the Medicaid side and, the impacts there. So within the casing of HR1, collaborating, delving deep into a few central components of HR1 that will impact most of, the organizations within the network for sure, is just so central. And there are those of us who can really be within community. There are those of us who will support strategy and data. And it's really going to take a multi-dimensional, very strategic approach. And again, being in front of legislators, but also really mobilizing our membership to also be highly engaged. And I just have the confidence in all of us that we will be able to do that, but it really will take a lot of intentionality.
Yes. So for you, it's HR1, and it is, of course, because of the impact, right? And then along with that impact, right, is the timeliness of what we're seeing happen. And so there is great power in numbers. So for you, it's HR1. Thank you for sharing that. Dr. Candy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. So I'm a clinician, active clinician. I'm also a director. And I've seen for many years housing as a need, but I think in recent years it's really now turned into a crisis. In some of our programs in the Morongo Basin, we do have at least 50% of our clients that have unstable housing, and that's heartbreaking. right? Because that's half of the,
Yes.
that's a lot of people. And then, when I look at our family resource centers, the top need that clients are coming in with is housing, right? Whether it's because they can't pay the rent, or they're getting evicted in about 2 days, okay? Or they're living in their cars with their children. So that is, I think, a really big problem for us. When I look at it across the region, a recent report indicates that, I believe it was through UCR, a report that indicates that 3 out of 10 households have more than half of their income going towards rent. And then 40% of that is a burden, right? And so we're seeing a lot of individuals and families that are coming out of homelessness, that are getting out of crisis situations, and they're trying to rebuild their lives, right? But the problem is the need is so much greater than what's available right now. And so I do see even transitional housing as a critical, a critical gap that needs urgent attention. Just last week in the Inland Empire Vital Conditions Network convening, housing was also a top issue that was raised, right, in our meeting. And so I do see that the nonprofit community is working very courageously and very quickly and hard at addressing this issue. And what I really like is that the different networks are trying to come together and become one, right? So that we can collectively come up with actionable items and partner with our legislators and other community stakeholders to address that issue. So I would say that would be the policy area that I think we need to
Housing.
rally around. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, as we are seeing, there are so many issues, and the issues are varied, and there's gaps. Housing, been on the front line for years around that issue because we saw the impact and where we find ourselves now as we're looking at things, not just even across the region, but across the nation, right? And then the HR1, health care, how are we going to take care of ourselves? And we know in communities where housing, food, health care is an issue, right? These are not thriving communities. So being advocates to do the work to ensure that we have thriving communities. And this is the work that the 3 of you ladies have been hard at work at for a number of years. And I just want to, before we go on, say thank you for staying the course, because advocacy is not work that we do today and then this time next week or next month or even next year that we necessarily have the solution, but we're making a dent in the work, right? I want to kind of speed us up and make this a lightning round so that we can get to all these questions, because these are wonderful questions, and I think that our audience really wants to hear from you your thoughts and philosophies on this. As women advocating in policy spaces that are often male-dominated, what unique challenges have you faced, if any, and how have you built confidence and resilience? So, Dr. Canning, since you have the mic, we'll let you go first.
Well, I would say that as I started joining the policy and advocacy conversations, I started doubting myself, right? Being fairly new at this, I started thinking about, of course, why am I even here? Am I supposed to be here at the table, right? What do I have to say? Am I an expert? Because when you look around you, there's so many that it's so impressive, right? The work that they've done and how long they've been in, and just the knowledge that they bring with them. But, that is called imposter syndrome, right?
Yes.
It shows up for us, especially us women, right? In so many different spaces.
Right.
And so even when you're very passionate about, about certain things and you have so much to say, right, that imposter syndrome kicks in and you don't take on those opportunities. So I would say
So
that.
how do you,
Mhm.
when you find yourself feeling that sense of imposter syndrome, how do you address that? How do you
Yes.
get back to that core of confidence?
So I have to say mentorship. I visualize, I think about those women that are around me that have been doing it for a much longer time. I think about mentors. So one of them is our chief public policy and advocacy officer in our agency, Eva Terrazas. She's been doing this for so long. She's so good at it. And, I've had the opportunities to connect with her for most of my newer opportunities and check in and get some really helpful insights and tips, right, on how to show up and how to prepare for these and really how to be successful at it. And I have to say also, I lean on to the support that I have from my executive director, which she showed up. So I really appreciate that, Maria Murillo, because she's also, I think, been doing it for a longer time. So I like to just, ask her about her opportunities, right? And what's that like for her so that I can learn from other women.
Right. So it sounds like to me that you also find it important to have a support base. I kind of call it a sisterhood circle, right? That when you're having those days where you're feeling challenged, you have those core groups that you can go to and will uplift, inspire, remind you of who you are.
Exactly.
Thank you for
Yeah,
sharing
you
that.
gotta know who your cheerleaders are.
Yes, yes. Patricia.
This is such a great question. Challenges within the field and being a woman leader in the field. First of all, believe in yourself. Like, truly believe in your capacity to grasp challenging concepts, to learn new language, mentor along the way, because I have learned immensely from my mentees. And my mentees have helped me through challenges. So I would say in this current field that I'm in workforce, in a very lean organization to begin with, we were asked to do a lot. My region was the entire Southern California, and I did not have walk into a coalition like I did in tobacco control, right? And I thought, okay, but I have those coalition skill sets,
Yes.
and I know how to galvanize people. And what is this about? Job is about lifting up young people. So as you're in the thick of your challenge, rely on role models that you see, whether they're right amongst you or in a movie you saw or in a book you read or in your college experience, in your unhoused experience. Somewhere along the way, challenge has been before you and you have seen it become overcome. And so tap into that. And I write every day. I write a strategy, I write a plan, because I need a roadmap. And it also helps me be grounded. Sometimes when you are perceived as you can be in a room where individuals are trying to solve a challenge, but they might not want to hear from a woman. And so I have learned over time to sit back and get grounded first because it's good to be polished. And so, you know, understand the environment that you're in, but I love the brand my kids used to wear, No Fear. So, like, just truly trust that you are there, and the ethical road is to share best practices. Don't hold things in. Don't sequester, like you were saying. Share for those you are attempting to collectively lift up. And also don't be silenced.
And don't be silent.
Like,
So,
yeah.
okay, I'm going to translate Patricia's, okay? So it sounds to me that it's about knowing yourself well enough to be grounded, but knowing that you are very equipped to handle whatever is taking place in that room. And then once you get grounded, call upon that warrior woman to go to work.
That was so well
Okay,
put.
all right.
So in male-dominated spaces, I am very uncomfortable. I feel less than, I feel short, I feel unseen. So I face like a personal struggle when I am doing advocacy work and policy around a lot of males. But I also look back and remember like the hardest part is done. I need to do my part now. There's women who fought for this. And for me not to do my part, what am I doing? Like I push forward with those thoughts where I'm not here alone for myself anymore. I'm here on behalf of my community, on behalf of the women, you know, who are waiting to be seen and valued and heard. I'm here not for myself anymore. So that's where I build my confidence from, like the women who fought for me to have a voice, and then fighting for the future voices of women and especially my daughters.
Yes, yes, that's beautiful. And the reason why I say that is because as a young woman, which you are a young woman, I think all of us who have a little bit more age or seniority on you have been there, have sat in that seat, and so really relate to what you're saying. But the truth of the matter is, in this work that we do, it is never about us, and it is always about those who we represent. And when you return and remember that that's really what's about, that's when that warrior woman will show up. And you will have everything you need to get you through that moment so that any man sitting in that room will know you're a force to be reckoned with, and they'll think twice the next time they want to step to you, right?
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. As we close out the panel, is there anything else that you would like to lift up or leave with this audience? So this will be your closing thought. And we'll start with you.
Thank you. So I would recommend to get involved locally. Know who's on your school board. Know who's your mayor, who's representing you. Make informed decisions. Vote. We will change our environment when we're like active citizens, civically engaged. Also, know the power of storytelling. This is, like I said, will inspire change. Will make policy many times, and we will build like a better community when we really advocate from the heart, I believe.
Thank you.
So great to be here with you all. My huge takeaway is go out on a limb. I applied for the IEHP Foundation grant thinking, okay, we're in this thin line, but I so want to do it. And I so want to bring along a young leader in my organization who probably would have been overlooked. And I said, I am in a few years, I'll be retiring. And so my thing was, how can I position myself, this individual, our organization, so that she won't be passed up? And so I thank IEHP Foundation. And, if you have different approval processes for grants, which we do, go out on a limb and just apply, because all people can say is no, right? And it's better for the hosting funding organization to say no than internally to say no and you're in the same place.
Right.
So my real takeaway is every walk you take, every walk I take, it's how can I do something for somebody? And it's not going to put me out. I'm going to find joy within it. And there will be it's been a pot of honey over the rainbow in IEHP Foundation. So, that's my parting word, is just truly enjoy your journeys and be out there, take risks.
Wonderful, thank you. No fear, right? No fear. Dr. Candy.
Yes, that was very touching, Patricia. I want to just lift the incredible work that a lot of the networks are doing here in the Inland Empire. Some that come to mind are the Inland Empire Community Foundation, Inland Empire Community Collaborative. We have the IHP Foundation, and they're doing so much incredible work collaborating, right? Bringing all these voices together, bringing the stories together so we can have more meaningful impact. And so, with that, I want to say that, don't try to do this on your own, because there are so many other individuals around you that are probably thinking about the same things. So start the conversations early. Reach out and connect with people, share what your thoughts are. What are your goals? What are you pursuing? What's really keeping you up at night, right? Because those are some of the things that, as leaders, us individuals that want to make change in our communities, some of these things do. They keep us up at night. So, start the conversations. And I have a quote I want to end with, which is, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. And that's from Helen Keller. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, these are our champions for vibrant health. Thank you, ladies, for sharing with us. And thank you for listening and being a gracious audience.
Thank you so much to the Health and Wellness panel. My name is Paula Omokomian, and it's a great honor to be here and to introduce our next speaker. Connie Laver is currently the Executive Director at KVCR Public Radio and Television. KVCR is located on the campus of San Bernardino Valley College, serving the Inland Empire on Channel 24 and FM 91.9. She oversees all aspects of KVCR, including community and student engagement, raising money, and content. Prior to joining KVCR in December of 2022, Laver was the senator serving the 20th Senate District in the Inland Empire from 2014 to 2022, representing almost 1 million constituents. During her tenure in the California State Senate, Senator Laver served as the chair of numerous key committees, including the Democratic Caucus, Senate Education Committee, and Mobile and Manufactured Home Select Committee. She authored more than 50 bills signed into law, including landmark legislation on statute of limitation on sexual assault and clean truck heavy-duty regulation. We're honored to have her here with us today.
Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
So much. Thank you for that generous introduction. Good morning, Wonder Women. How are we doing? And a few enlightened men I see. Everybody's good? All right, well, before I get started, I want to do a couple things. One, I want to thank Denise Davis for doing this. And she was just reminding me that I was here for the first one 8 years ago. Wow, where does time go? I don't feel any older. Yeah, actually, I do. And Erin Edwards, are you still in the room? I loved when she talked about being a different kind of mom, and I was that mom when our girls, we have twins, and when they went to school, they started school, and my husband had quit his job so I could try and do my best in the labor movement, and anytime we went someplace and we went to PTA meetings or we went to back to school nights or whatever, I would walk in and they'd all be, oh, Al, how are you? And I would be like, excuse me, I'm Mrs. Al, thank you very much. And you know, I think that we put too much pressure on moms, and however you raise your children is the right way to raise your children. My husband stayed home. Yeah, you can applaud for that. Yeah. And society still does such a bad job. Oh, you know what? I was gonna set my timer because I don't want to be that person that goes over my time. Okay, thank you, Denise. Because society puts so much pressure on women to do it this way or do it that way. Whatever works at your house is the right way to do it. What worked at my house is, God bless my husband, he stayed home with those girls for 10 years so that I could go do my thing. And that worked at our house. It might not work at everybody else's house. I heard this amazing panel. I heard one of the women talking about meeting with legislators. I just want to encourage all of you to do that. And I also want to tell you, don't be afraid. As a former legislator, we're no better than anyone else. Yes, no better than anyone else. I used to tell people, we just have more responsibility. So meet with your elected officials. Because I also used to tell people, guess what? You pay my salary through your taxes. So you're paying everyone's salary who's in elected office. Meet with them in the district office. It's hard to get to Sacramento sometimes. Also meet with their staff. I wouldn't have done half of what I got done in the Senate if I didn't have such amazing staff. So if you meet with a staffer, don't feel like you're being left out. Sometimes they're the better ones to meet with, candidly. So, all right, let's get started here. I want to start my remarks with the words of Elizabeth Warren. She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted. Never give up and never give in, ladies. Never, never, never. So when I look at this audience, I see the future. I see young women. I see women my age. I see women of all different colors. And I see that when we bring women together, we get things done. That's why women belong in leadership. We are natural leaders. We know how to bring people together. Yet, here we are in 2024, and it is still a man's world. And in some ways, I feel like we've gone back, but I promise I won't be all depressing today. We see women's rights being rolled back. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that my daughters, who are 33 years old, and my granddaughters, who are 6 and 22 months, would have fewer rights than I have. That we haven't been able to pass the Equal Rights Amendment in this country, shocking. That we still live in a culture of rape. Women still earn less than men doing the same job. And if you're a woman of color, it's even worse. The largest population of people living in poverty are women over 65. So I tell you all these things, not because I want to make you depressed, but I tell you because I want to make sure that we are all clear-eyed about the situation that we are in and that we have work to do. But I'm also the eternal optimist. And I think that there is always a better way, and I think that we can always get to a better future for not only ourselves, but for other women and for our children, because our children truly are our future. When our girls were born in 1992, the Rodney King riots were happening, and they were four weeks old, and I remember talking to my mom and my dad in particular. I said, Dad, why did we bring these girls into this world? My God, what is happening? And he said, you have to remember that our children are always our hope for the future. And he's right, So today I want to talk to you a little bit about courage and about persistence. To be clear, courage is not the absence of fear, but the knowledge that something is more important. It's okay to be afraid of doing something. It's okay to be nervous. People always say to me, oh, you're so good at giving speeches. I go, and I'm nervous every time I present, because when you're nervous, it means you care. If you don't care, you won't be nervous. So be nervous. It's okay. I'm going to ask you to be courageous and fearless so that we can move the ball forward for women. I have had to persist many times in my life. Sometimes I feel like I'm persisting every day. So don't feel like, goodness, oh, I got here. Don't worry, there's going to be more to do. I grew up in a very middle-class family. I did not grow up with privilege, but I have never been discriminated against for the color of my skin. And I know that that in itself is a privilege. I met my favorite husband while working at an Alpha Beta grocery store. Yeah, he's my fave. Tomorrow I'll be married 37 years to him. I know. Thank you. We still like each other. That's the best part. I always tell people, I go, love is easy, but do you like hanging out with that person? So we were working at Alpha Beta. Anybody old enough to remember Alpha Beta? Yes, thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. So we were both working. I graduated 6 months pregnant with our twin daughters. We found out in a 2-week span that we were having twins, and I lost my job, and I graduated from college. So there was a lot going on when those little girlies were born. My degree is in communicative disorders. I was going to be a speech therapist because I felt like there's so many things in life that people will tolerate, but if you can't communicate properly and get your message across, people won't give you the time of day. So I got my degree in that and then never used it. Yay. But I got to help people find their voice in another way. And that was in the labor movement, teaching people about their rights on the job. I remember when I went to work for my local union, a friend called from UFCW, United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 1428, and said, hey, they have openings. And I said, that's great, because we're really hungry at the Leva House. I hadn't worked for 2 years, and all of you who have kids, you know how they are. They want to eat 3 times a day. What's up with that? So I started in the benefits department, but quickly realized that I wanted to be a union rep because that's where the action was, and that's where I could really help people. Well, you'll find this shocking, but in 1994, they'd never had a female union rep before. I'm like, oh my God. So when I went to my boss and I said, I want to be a union rep, he said, no, we can't have any of that. And I said, why is that? And he said, because you're a woman. And I was kind of shocked that he just flat out said it. And I'm like, all right, well, I guess it points for honesty. And I said, when you look at a grocery store, 50% of grocery stores are women. And guess what? Probably more than half of that 50% are working moms, just like me. And then he also said, well, there's the other problem. Your husband's not going to like that you work with all men. And I said, well, how about, and I'm 27 years old, I don't know where I got this gumption. I said, how about you worry about me being able to do the job, and I'll worry about my husband. So I got the job. He started me at a different pay scale than what he started the guys at. And when I asked him why he did that, he said, well, we changed it for you. I said, oh, so instead of going to top pay in 2 years, it's going to take me 5 years. And he said, well, you have a husband. I said, oh, that's how that works. Okay, thank you. So I said, well, how about in 2 years, if I prove that I can do the job, you take me to top pay? He said, okay. So for 2 years, I worked my butt off, loving every minute of it, loving representing workers, showing them the rights that they had, filing grievances. I loved it. It was hard. We had little girls, and they were, those kids, they're demanding, but I loved it. So 2 years, I go to him and I say, okay, what do you think? He says, you're the best rep we've ever had. You've exceeded all of my expectations, but I'm not going to take you to top pay. And I said, but we had a deal. He goes, I changed my mind. So I went to my office and I sat there and I cried. And I thought, what am I doing here? Do I really belong here? Is this what I'm supposed to do? And I said, I love what I do, but also I'm the sole support of our family. So I figured out, it was kind of a watershed moment. I figured out what I should do. So I decided to become a pleasant pest. And every day, I went into his office and said, how you doing? You know you want to take me to top pay at some point in the day. After 9 months, he took me to top pay. So he got tired of hearing from me, but it worked. Sometimes what you learn from a boss is what you don't want to be. Several years later, he died, and I became the president. It sounds funny like that, but it really wasn't like that. There was a little bit of struggle to get me to be the president because, shocking, people didn't think I should be the first woman president of that local. But what I learned from him is how I didn't want to be. I learned, even though I was a new boss at 35 years old with a staff of 14, I knew what I didn't want to do. So make sure not make sure, but you can learn from everyone. We don't just learn from great leaders, we learn from bad leaders as well. So I had the privilege of doing that for 12 years. During that time, I was also the president of the California Labor Federation, the first woman to hold that position as well. Loved both of those jobs. But then I got a phone call one day from, just checking out my time, from the mayor of Pomona, Elliot Rothman, and he said, Connie Leva, I'm running for the state senate, and I'd like your endorsement. And I said, oh geez, all I could think about is he's late for everything and he's drunk half the time. This guy cannot be our next senator. So I said, well, can I get back to you? And he's like, yep, you call me back, Connie Leva. I said, okay, I'll do that. So then I called Norma Torres, who was the senator at the time, now a congresswoman, one of them. And I said, hey, do you have anybody viable running? She said, do you want to run? I go, oh, I don't know, maybe. And she goes, I'm sitting here with leadership in Sacramento. They want to help you. I'm like, well, I need to go home and talk to that favorite husband. And so I did, went home. What do you think? He's like, oh my God, you'd be amazing. You have to do this. I said, okay, hold on. I said, it's a really big pay cut. There's no pension for legislators. We're going to pay about 10 times more for our medical benefits, and I have to live in Sacramento 4 days a week. He said, dear God, Connie, why do you want to do this? And I said, because I think I can make a difference, because I think I can do good for people. He said that I'm all in. Still chokes me up because he's a good dude. So I was lucky enough to get elected. People told me I could never be elected in Senate District 20 because I was a labor leader and I had to think of something else to run as. And I said, oh, that's what I do. I don't have anything else. And they said, okay, well, I don't know. But you know what? When you're real with people, when you talk to people, people voted for me who had never voted for a Democrat before. And I didn't change my story. I didn't tell this group of people one thing, this group of people another thing. I just was who I was. And sometimes when you disagree with people, which we are so lacking right now in this country, you just listen to each other. You don't always have to agree. Sometimes you can agree to disagree, unless it's something like, racism or sexism or something like that. We can't agree to disagree on that, but just listening to people. So I was lucky enough to get elected, and when I was elected to the state senate in 2014, I was only the 145th woman elected to the state legislature. Not just the Senate, but the Senate and the Assembly. You're going to hear from Sabrina Cervantes, Senator Cervantes, a little later. She was 149. I looked us both up last night. I didn't remember. Just FYI. Senator Eloise Gomez-Reyes is 150. With over 4,000 people having served in the legislature. So that tells you why we need women. So I want, okay, good, I still have a little bit of time. So being in the state legislature was an amazing opportunity, and I loved it, and I had a love-hate relationship with it, candidly. I hated living away from home, frustrated with people who I felt didn't do the right thing, because it's a huge responsibility and an honor to represent 1 million people. We had 53 bills signed into law, which you heard. I want to run through a couple of my favorites because I think they really apply to this group. My very favorite is SB 813, which is the Justice for Victims Act, and that's the bill that eliminated the statute of limitations on rape. And thank you. And I have stories about all of them because, nothing happens easily. But that one in particular, Governor Brown was in office at the time, and he did not want to sign it into law. He said, well, instead of, because it was 10 years, arbitrary 10 years, he goes, why don't we just make it 20 years? And I said, no. I said, that's just another arbitrary number. Women have to be able to come forward, men too, but it's primarily a women's bill, when they feel confident, when they have the support they need to come forward. And so I said, you know what, Jerry Brown, I will take the veto vote. I said, I'm not going to change the bill, just veto it and tell the women of California how you feel about them. He signed it into law. SB 820, non-disclosure agreements. So just so you know, it is now illegal if you are sexually harassed on the job. It is illegal for your employer to say, I need you to sign this NDA. No. We followed that up with SB 331, silence no more, and that looped in racism. And so, no, your employer cannot ask you to sign that. SB 71, you cannot use campaign funds if you are sexually harassing someone on your staff. You cannot use campaign funds to pay for an attorney. The Flash Act, and that was a bill that, anybody ever hear of a dick pic? I'd never heard of that, and my staff came to me and said, hey, Bumble wants you to do this bill. And I said, what is that? I'm old. People aren't sending me pictures of their private parts. No. And my young staff said, it happens all the time. I'm like, okay, well, why do men think that women like that? But whatever. So we eliminated that. Flash Act, SB 53. SB 215, rape kits, making sure that they are tested in a timely manner. They have to be tested within 120 days. SB 24, medicated abortion on all college campuses. SB 916, empowering survivors, which created a pipeline so when you submit your rape kit, you can follow it online. And as one survivor told me, that's great. I don't have to call that disinterested detective again. And then Girls State, SB 363. Did you know that with Boys State, boys got to go to the Capitol, but girls didn't? And did you also know that there were women on that Senate and Assembly floor that voted against that? I went over and said, give me your woman card back. But we still got it done. Okay, I am down to, I'm done. So after 8 years, I left the Senate. We were redistricted, and I would have had to run against another Democrat. We were very different, very moderate. I'm very progressive. And I thought, I don't need labor spending that kind of money on me, trying to get me reelected. And I was frankly tired. If you do it right, you're tired. So it was an honor for me to do that. I encourage every single one of you to run for office, not just statewide, city councils, school boards, water boards. We need women at every level. So I thank you. I had some remarks I was going to leave you with, but I'm not going to be that person. So thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Go out and change the world.
Thank you so much, Director Leyva. We will now transition to our next panel of the day called The Power of the Press, Storytelling, Accountability, and Impact in a Changing World. I will be serving as the moderator for this panel, and as I read the bios of our panelists, I ask each of our participants to please approach the stage. First, as co-owner and publisher of Inland Empire Community News, Denise Berver is dedicated to sustaining independent and local journalism in the IE. Denise holds a bachelor's degree in English from California State University, San Bernardino, and an associate's degree in liberal arts from San Bernardino Valley College. Beginning her career with IECN as a part-time receptionist, Denise eventually advanced to managing the legal advertising department prior to becoming an owner. In her 30-plus years in the newspaper industry, she has gained experience in multiple aspects of the business, ranging from editorial to production to accounting and sales. She is also co-host of the Inland Insight podcast discussing relevant topics impacting local residents. Please join me in welcoming Denise. Next, Stephanie Hastings Miranda is the founder and publisher of Community Forward Redlands, an independent digital news outlet covering civic and community life in Redlands. Its mission is simple: to provide timely, accurate news to report on stories before decisions are finalized, empowering residents to engage in their community. Since its launch in 2023, the publication has grown to reach more than 25,000 monthly readers and over 2,200 newsletter subscribers. Stephanie earned a Bachelor of Arts in Political Philosophy and Business from the University of Dallas in 2010, and after working with PBS Frontline news producer Hedrick Smith, she discovered her calling in storytelling and community-focused journalism. Please join me in welcoming Stephanie. And finally, we have Stephanie Williams, the Executive Director of the IE Voice and Black Voice News. A longtime champion for civil rights and social justice in all forms, she is also an advocate for government transparency and continued for getting out and exposing government corruption. Over the years, Stephanie has reported for other publications in the Inland Region and Los Angeles and received awards from the California News Publishers Association for her investigative reporting and ethnic media studies for her weekly column, Keeping It Real. She also served as a health journalism fellow with the USC Annenberg Center for Health Journalism. Please join me in welcoming Stephanie. Well, thank you all for joining us today. I'm very excited to share your insights with our audience. So getting right into it with our panel, as Zach Metzger put it in the 2025 State of Local News, almost 40% of all local newspapers have vanished, with limited, leaving 50 million Americans with limited or no access to a reliable source of news. So these are not small populations, and as such, the decline of local news has broad impacts. In your work as journalists, what do you see as the biggest consequences for this ongoing loss, both for communities and for democracy?
I'll take that one. Is this on? Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. I think one of the biggest losses is the element of community, hyper-local based journalism.
Actually, switch out mics with you. The mic is tricky. There you go.
Hello? Okay, there we go. I think one of the biggest losses is the focus on hyperlocal journalism. I think with a lot of the smaller publications going away, the community focus is missing now in a way that it wasn't before. The bigger conglomerates tend to run the same kind of stories in all of their publications, and you lose the emphasis on the smaller community coverage.
I think I certainly agree with that, and I would add to it that what happens is that the variety of news that readers receive becomes pretty much the same. It's almost like boilerplate because you have a major news group that owns or has broad rights to several small local community newspapers, and so you see the same stories published from community to community, and as Denise mentioned, you lose that localized impact, like what is happening in my community? Why should I care about this story? Why is it important to me? So I think that's one of the biggest sacrifices that the community has had to make as a result of this.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. And I think that the ability to engage in local government and in community, I know from my experience in my community, and part of what was the motivation and the inspiration for starting Community Forward Redlands News was wanting to know not just what's happening at City Hall, but knowing before the decisions are finalized, so there's actually a chance to have your voice heard, to make a difference. I remember reading news when I first moved in and thinking, oh man, if only I had known, I might have gone and made a public comment. And you can really see how in the last couple of years doing that, we're not so much the policy people, but we're the, not at all the policy people. We are a tool that people can use in deciding what kind of policy they want because we're giving them the information, what's happening at City Hall, breaking it down, why it matters.
And to add on that, I feel like that loss of coverage is a loss of accountability also. Because if you're not covering the issue, you can't call attention to it.
Thank you. Those are all very important points. The loss of accountability, importance of not just having the same information provided to everyone. You know, despite these challenges, local newsrooms continue to play a vital role in their communities, often covering stories that no one else will. What makes local journalism so powerful, and what can it do that national outlets can't?
Maybe I'll take that one first this time. You know, they say that all politics are local, and yet sometimes the national becomes the local. And so I think that is really a critical role that local community newspapers are playing right now, that we should be playing. How is this particular initiative impacting me, my neighbor, my child's elementary school teacher? And what does that mean for our tax base here? Will we be able to continue to fund programs? And then I think it gets to be challenging for the community papers, because part of responsibility that comes along with this is helping people understand how these things work, so that they know that we do have an opportunity to make a difference by raising our voice. But in order to do that, we need to understand what aspects that we can impact and how to impact that. So I think in answer to your question, that would be one of the most important points, I think, for local news now.
And I also, to add to that, being a part of the community that we're serving, that in a way that national and even larger regional, say LA or San Diego stations aren't embedded in the community in the Inland Empire the way we are. We often, we just keep our, speaking for Community Forward Redlands, we keep our focus so closely on our community. And it's always interesting to see when there is blood or a mountain lion. We see lots of stations come to our city and start reporting and getting the clicks and getting the views, and then they all leave, right? And they do important work in their communities. That's not to diminish their work at all, just that the role we're playing is to be there tomorrow and the next day and the next day and start connecting the dots, right? And we're covering the stories that aren't getting tons of clicks, but it's important that it's there because we're a record keeper. Maybe in 6 months, maybe in a year, you're gonna have that record of what happened in our community.
Right, and it takes the local news and the local issues, and it breaks it down into a community level, because these things are now affecting your neighbors. Your neighbor can't buy food, maybe on a bigger level it's, okay, SNAP cuts, I don't know what that means, but when your neighbor can't buy food, when you go to your child's school and there are kids who are hungry there, then it breaks it down to a more relatable level and really helps emphasize the impact that it's having on the community.
Yeah, I think all of you touching on the personal aspect, realizing that it's impacting not just a third person, but someone right next to you, someone that you interact with. A big part of power in journalism lies in storytelling and that ability to connect issues with people and spark real action. Can you touch on what role storytelling plays in driving accountability or change in your communities? And maybe share an example of a story that your newsroom covered that had a real tangible impact on readers or on your region?
I'll start. I'll share a story that we covered, maybe it's been about 3 years ago, maybe a little longer. And this really helped drive home to me why community reporting is so important. There was a shooting in the community of Rialto at a neighborhood park. There were two teenage boys, black boys. They were shot. One died on the scene. The other had long-term brain damage. He was shot in the head. They were brothers. The mainstream media reported it as a gang shooting. Within a day, we received an email, Black Voice News did, from a very prominent leader in Riverside who said, these kids, one of the kid that died was my godson. These boys were not gang members, and their lives and their stories have been misrepresented. Their parents are devastated. And so we took the story and we did a deep dive, and what we learned was that these boys were absolutely innocent. They had just been to their younger sister's elementary school graduation. The mom had to run back to work to finish out her work day. They were just hanging out at their godmother's house, killing time, waiting for the mom to get off from work, and their younger sister to finish school. They decided to go and shoot some hoops. And while they were there was just a drive-by, this gang group just came by, saw them, and shot them both. What happened, sadly, was that we got a lot of the details of the story from a neighbor who heard the gunshot. He ran out with his adult son, who just happened to be there, and he held that boy as he took his last breath. And his story was so compelling. And the feedback that we got from the community was, thank you for telling the story, because anyone who read the first story, I'm sure, would just have automatically assumed that these young men had done something nefarious or were involved in something nefarious. So that's the power of the local press, that we can tell your stories. And I just encourage you to reach out to any of us and all of us, not only when you have stories of devastation, but we also like to report good news. So stories of joy, share those with us as well. Thank you.
That's a really powerful example. And that, like you said, like being part of the community, you have those relationships and those connections, and you can tell stories better. I think for the example for Community Forward, we do focus a lot on City Hall and education and meetings. And so a couple of the things we've been able to, I think, provide as a resource to our community is those timely previews and updates to things going on in Redlands in particular. And development stories are always people are very interested. What's getting developed? What's the timeline? What's happening? Am I okay with this, right? And one of the biggest topics for our community has been warehousing, distribution centers. And over the course of the last 2 years, we've done extensive coverage on the different meetings and the opposition, hundreds of people showing up to voice their opinion on that matter. And over the last 2 years, like I said, it's been, just a very heated topic. And one of the things that we think we've played a part in providing that information to our community has been the most recent action by the Planning Commission, to completely relook at how warehouses are coming to our community and how this development is happening. And so for us, we do feel like that source, that we're seeing people reading our articles, showing up at City Council, and it's having an impact, and it's doing its job, right? If we didn't exist, these articles wouldn't be written, and so we take that very seriously and are grateful for all the support from the readers and that we're able to do this job.
Yeah, and a lot of times it is just being able to lend the voice to the community, to help get that story out there that they feel is being ignored by the community at large, or people don't know, and calling attention to it. One of the things we had was, there was an incident at a local middle school, and when we did the story, it became a larger issue into systematic racism, concerns about that. And so the community was able to voice their concerns. They started having town hall meetings, met with the school district, and then we were able to kind of work all together and share what they were doing, and it was really solutions-based, and it was kind of cool to see that coming together, because just voicing the story in the first place made them feel like it was valid, and they were able to go from there and work with people and impact changes.
Thank you so much for all sharing those very impactful and powerful stories. I think, Stephanie, you mentioned it, how there's so much information out there. They could cover a story and spin it one way, and someone in the local community, might see that first and not know any different of what's been happening. And I know that reaching audiences today looks very different than it did years ago, between social media, streaming platforms, shifting attention spans. This media landscape is constantly evolving. So as technology and social media change how people consume news, and as the world becomes increasingly full of information, whether correct or not, what strategies have you found effective in keeping audiences informed and engaged?
Well, we've definitely had to add our social media. We boosted it by huge levels because that's how a lot of people get their news now. And the challenge there is that a lot of news is not actual news on social media. You'll see people just posting, a car crash with no context or no news story, but it gets clicks, so they continue to do that. Or they'll post a story before they have actual facts, and then it comes out later that, oh, none of this was even true. But once the ball starts rolling, it's hard to stop it. So we're trying to increase our social media, but also remain trustworthy and make sure that the stuff that we're putting out there is accurate and fact-based.
Yeah, same. We started as a newsletter, so we've always been digital. We don't have print, and our philosophy there had, we started in 2023. So at that point, we went where we could reach people quickly. And so we have a newsletter, and then we've also expanded and used social media more as a tool. So our foundation is our website and the newsletter, and then we use social media as a way to get more people to know about our articles. It's always interesting, though, to see the platform turn into sort of a public forum, for better or worse. The comment section and things like that is a challenge, but our philosophy has been to, make it a public forum, and then, Instagram or Facebook, they have enough moderation that they're able to to control the extreme comments, and then the rest is back and forth, which is a venue that if we weren't there again, people wouldn't have that venue.
Thank you. At Black Voice News, we were very proud years ago when we were the first Black-owned and operated newspaper to go digital. So we were excited about that. Now fast forward several years, and we're kind of, running behind the curve, so to speak, in terms of establishing a presence on social media. We're there, but we'd like to be more robust, and so we're moving in that direction. And in the interim, we know that we can't be the first, but what we can do is to provide quality information to the extent that we can by not rushing to be the first, because we know we can't. We can take the time, as Denise mentioned, to peel back some of the layers on the story and maybe provide some additional information to what's already out there in the universe.
And it is a good tool. I mean, when you can be on the scene reporting or doing lives, that is another way to help disseminate the information.
Definitely, and we are expanding, as you said, our social media team so that we can offer a better service to our readers in that regard. Thank you.
Yeah, that's amazing. I think, as the world keeps changing, to keep updating around it and making sure you're there in every place that your readers are is so important. So alongside some of these challenges that we've talked about, local journalism also faces economic pressures, from consolidation by large corporations to shrinking advertising revenues. And as a result, many outlets have been bought by these large conglomerates or face funding challenges. How can independent and community-based news organizations remain sustainable?
That's a constant battle.
Good question. I can start as a founder and and in essentially a startup situation. We have relied on our readers to support us. It's one of the most, I think, powerful ways to be an independent publisher is that your readers are funding you, because you're not connected to what maybe somebody else wants to influence your coverage, right? So we are accountable to our readers only. And then we have expanded a bit from there. Our monthly subscriptions are optional because we believe that the news should be accessible. That's how the internet works, right? So, but many readers choose to subscribe to support us. And then the next layer is community sponsors. So people who want to get the voice out about a nonprofit, or they just want to put their business, out in front of our readers. So that's a little bit, and that's something we're growing, and I think it's an essential element, as much as I am not a salesperson, and that is not what I want to do. it's necessary. And then the third way is through startup money and grants with the end goal of sustainability, with the end goal of building out these sponsorships and community paid members. So it's not a straightforward answer. I think we would all say there's a lot of different elements coming in to fund us. And so it's a puzzle I think everyone's trying to figure out right now. But one thing we found success in, again, is just staying hyper-local and being able to be so singularly focused on our community that people say, okay, yeah, that's worth my $5, $7 a month. I want to support this because I find value in this content.
To add to what Stephanie said, yeah, it is really a mixed bag. Since most of the advertising went away with print, we've been, scrambling, I don't want to say scrambling in an organized fashion, but we've used a variety of vehicles to help keep us afloat. Report for America, the California Reporting Fellowship, I think is the official title. We apply for grants. We partner with local nonprofits. We've also, under the leadership of Dr. Paulette Brown-Hines, we've established the Inland Empire Hub and Fund, and that is also helping us share information across reporting platforms and story ideas and so forth, and it's been very, very beneficial.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The hub has been really beneficial to us. Coming in as an owner, I have done sales in the past and things like that, but now myself and my co-owner have to do everything, and we are out literally on sales calls often because we need to start bringing in that revenue and new streams of revenue because it is changing all the time. And we do still have print publications. We could eliminate the publications and save a significant amount of money, but we're not going to do that for as long as we can. We're going to sustain them because that is another avenue to get the news out, because a lot of people don't have access to digital. One of our biggest stops is the senior centers in the area, because the seniors pick up the paper. They want the physical copy of the paper. They want to see that. So we don't want to take that away because it's another source of getting the news to people who may not have access otherwise. But the revenue thing is lots of fun. We get to figure out, sales calls and go, and the hub has provided training, which has been so instrumental in helping us try to tap into that where we may not have thought of things before. And we can go out now and make these calls and try to figure out new strategies to have that income coming in.
Yeah, that timing is perfect. Talking about the Inland Empire Journalism Hub and Fund, because one promising development in this space has been collaboration, leaning on other local news organizations, learning from each other, and using the Inland Empire Journalism Hub and Fund as an example. What potential do you see in partnerships like that, or shared resources among local outlets to ensure sustainability long term?
Oh, there's huge potential. Even the last year that we've been part of the hub, we've just seen so much more access to resources, to even within ourselves, talking to other people in the hub. Hey, what did you do for this? Or how did you go about this? Or what would you suggest? And that resource there is so valuable because we're able to bounce off each other. Before, in the past, newspapers were very competitive, and it's not like that anymore. Now, we've kind of figured out that the collaboration is the key to sustain us. So we're working together, and it's just been so beneficial to have that resource.
Yes, and to add what Denise said, one of the benefits from the hub this year is the availability of interns, and we have one. I'm not sure if you have one. And it's been, when you have a small team, just having those additional hours, it makes all the difference in the world. Also, myself being of a certain age, this young person comes in with wonderful social media skills, which is an area that we have been dying for having someone with that skill set. So that's been a great benefit for us. In addition to that, we've been wanting to venture into the area of podcasts. And thanks to training and a resource that came through the hub, we have recorded our first 6 episodes. It hasn't launched yet, but we're really excited about it, so be on the lookout for that. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree that the collaboration and the ability to meet with other people in a similar, developing similar businesses and being in the similar industry, brainstorming on how to become sustainable. And then in addition to that, also just the localness of the hub, being the focus on the Inland Empire, they've been able to successfully, help us get grants that would be far more difficult to get on a national level, right? And to stand out amongst, independent organizations across the U.S. versus, kind of bringing that money to the Inland Empire, which is exciting to bolster our local journalism ecosystem.
Even in terms of finding freelancers, I'll just add, there's such a strong base there that we can ask, we need someone to cover this story on environmental justice, okay, I have the guy here, so that's been beneficial also.
That's phenomenal. I think that speaks to the power of, events like Persist, the ability to come together and, lean on each other to overall succeed as a whole. Kind of shifting gears, I know we've talked a lot about journalism and the state of local journalism, but given that a lot of our audience are young professionals, students, people interested in staying politically informed, what advice do you have for people, given that not only is there so much information, but I think it's easy to get overwhelmed because it's easy to get a lot of negative information. So any advice that you can share with individuals for that?
I think going back to the first question about what we're losing the ability to think critically, I think, and that's detrimental. So I feel like, if anything, I would say, look at the news, think critically, don't just accept everything that you're fed. I saw it on TikTok. Okay, check into it, look into things, and don't believe everything you see on the internet, and just think.
And I also think I'm going to say, I've been having this theme of super local. Think of like your community, even if it seems small, to start there and have that impact. Our journeys all look different, and I think Erin said it in the beginning, just start, right? And my journey started, I was a TV producer and working in the professional world, and then I became a stay-at-home parent for a number of years. And then at some point I said, I want to do something else, right? And so I just started, right? I started something different. I joined the Human Relations Commission in Redlands, and that was my first step back into the world of, professional work. And, it's scary, right? Like, you don't know, you have all these thoughts of what it's going to be like, but the reality is we're all just doing our best, and we all have different journeys, and at first I thought, oh my gosh, I have kids, so now it's like, I can't. But no, you can. I mean, you make it work, because if you want to do it, you make it work. And, I have an awesome husband who supports all that, and we work together as a team, so it's never like, how do you do it? How do either of us? How does anyone do it with kids, right? Like, you just do it. And so starting there and then growing from that has been, I think, the best thing, to just start.
I think the only thing I would add to what these ladies have said is to not only use your critical thinking, but also look at both sides. I mean, I have very strong political opinions, and I know I can get really stuck in my bubble, but to really be, I think, fair in terms of how I assess things, I really need to hear, what is the other side saying, even if I, ultimately decide it's not credible. I listen to both sides. That's number one. And then I also look for 2 or 3 other valid sources to back up whatever this, most recent issue is. And then the third thing that I do, and I really encourage people to do, is follow your intuition. You have that still small voice inside you. You know what feels right in your gut. And if things don't feel right, you got to know it's not right. And so I would really encourage you to use that as a measure also. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, all of these things, engaging with other perspectives, making sure to really think critically about what you see, and encouraging you to just step out and take that first step are all amazing pieces of advice. You know, as we think about where journalism is headed, where it's going to go in the next 10 years, especially in the IE, I think that there's room for both realism and hope. And, you know, looking ahead, what do you hope the future of journalism will be in the next 10 years, especially in the Inland Empire?
I'll jump out. I would say that I believe that it will be just a digital world, and what I hope is that we have the next generation has a real awareness of their civic responsibility, that none of this is not going to work unless we all make it work, right? And so, and whether that's, you know, media, whether that's a school board, whatever it is, we've got to communicate, get outside of our silos. And I think that the more that we do that, that media will have to rise up to meet our expectations. That really is what I believe, and that's what I hope for.
And I also hope that the Inland Empire has, you know, kind of returns it to that, every community getting the coverage they need. And I think the days of, you know, a big newsroom, as, you know, fun as those are to be a part of, as amazing as those are, it might not be the future. It's not the future, right? It's more of a remote world where we're living, it's like you said, digital, but there's the ability for members of communities who live in that place and who are able to tell the stories of their community because we have all these digital tools. That's how I'm able to do this. That's how so many independent publishers are able to do that. And so I really think that is the future, and it's totally possible that there can be, you know, independent publications and reliable news for every community that in the Inland Empire.
And it has changed so much already. When I started in the 90s, it's not the same landscape at all. It's completely different, and it's just been adjusting and finding out what works and kind of moving with the tide, and also staying true to the values of journalism that we were all founded on. So I would like to say that I want to hope people stay to that, that they call for accountability from their media that they're receiving also. I would love to see, I don't know if this will happen, but I love long form articles. I would love to see more of that kind of stuff, so people will, again, think critically and in depth and not take everything as just a soundbite. So that may be a big ask, but I would love to see people just thinking in bigger terms instead of just taking bites of everything and kind of deep dives into journalism again.
Thank you. And branching off of that, you know, thinking of bigger terms and bigger impacts, what role does local journalism play in accountability, both for local governments, but also statewide, national governments as well?
It's pretty, I mean, it's huge, right? We hold accountable a local government that without us would not be, right? Like the city council, the city staff, the school board, they know that we're there covering their meeting and that we're gonna say what they say. And, you know, sometimes it comes back, and, you know, we've had instances where people have not liked what we reported, but I mean, in one instance, we were reporting what the person said, and they don't like that sometimes. I think that, you know, most of our elected, like our local officials are trying to do their best, right? But it is important to be there, and it's a hard balance when you're in the community, right? Because you know the people, you know your kids go to school or whatever, but you're still trying to be that objective third party to be the representative of the community. So that's part of our name is Community Forward. Part of the reason we chose that name was that we're putting the community first in all of our reporting. We think of them, the community first, and what they want to know, even if it might make the city uncomfortable, we have to tell the story.
I would just add to that, again, stressing the importance of community news, is that I read a report that today there are 5 billionaires that own all the media. And so, you know, they have control of everything. And so unless we persevere, unless we persist here at the local level with our elected officials, and if they don't give us an answer, we persist and we persist and we persist. We use the Information Act to request information, and if they don't send it, we persist. If they don't send it, we write about the fact that they're not being responsive. But there are ways to hold elected officials accountable, but we have to understand the process, and then we have to do it, not be afraid, not have fear, because all they can do is push back, and we can just keep asking. I'll give you one example. This is years and years ago. I was working for a different publication in the mountain region, and the Caltrans has responsibility to inspect bridges, and I'm sure that probably you've heard of nationally where some bridges have collapsed with cars on top in the middle of the day. We had a fractural critical bridge heading up to the San Bernardino Mountains, and it hadn't been physically inspected for probably 8 years. Just because I had the time, I read a report, one of the reports, and I found that the way they were doing the inspection was standing on the other side and looking with binoculars, when they were supposed to have a special piece of equipment that they dropped down underneath the bridge so they could take a closer look. And I kept writing it, and they were mad. The state was mad, and finally the head of Caltrans called my publisher and said for me to stop writing about it. But I had a really cool publisher, and he said, keep writing, so I kept writing. Well, eventually they did have to bring a piece of equipment down from Washington State and bring it down to inspect these bridges here because they were critical, and they had to write the appropriate report. Well, that's something that the community would never know, something about that. And small newspapers, we don't have the staff typically to do that type of work. But that's the type of work that makes a difference here to my family, my friends, my neighbors, all of you who may drive up that mountain one day for a weekend. I want to make sure that that doesn't happen. We want to make sure that that doesn't happen. We care about us, and I think that is what makes local reporting so important.
Yeah, we've done stories on San Bernardino City Hall, what's going on with San Bernardino government, and there's a lot of problems there, and we've said, okay, these are huge issues that need to be addressed, and we've had council people get angry about it, and they don't want us to do that story. They don't want us, they say we're being negative, but I mean, we love to cover the positive. That's kind of our thing. Like, we want to share the positive things that are out there because there's so much bad news, but we want to keep it real also. We have to say if something is wrong, we have to call attention to it if we're aware of it, because if we don't, then we're not doing our part, and we have to hold ourselves accountable too, because we have to make sure that we maintain that community trust. And we've had entities call us and say, can you change this? And we're going, no, that's a fact. We can't change that because it makes you look bad. You shouldn't have done it if it makes you look bad, So we just have to make sure that we keep that public trust.
Thank you, and I think I'm inspired by some of the stories that Stephanie has been sharing and that you all have been sharing about personal experiences. Can you maybe share what's one of the most impactful stories, or a story that was really a turning point in your career as a journalist or your experience here in the Inland Empire?
I don't know if I have one specific story, but I think since we've taken over and I've been out in the community more, building those relationships with the people in the community has been eye-opening to me, and it's been inspiring, because to hear people come up and say, thank you for sharing this, thank you for highlighting this, thank you for letting me know about this, and especially now people are seeking resources, so they're starting to come to us to seek resources. And can you help us with food banks? Can you help us with housing? And to see that people in the community do look for us for that information is really, it's meaningful to me. It makes me want to continue doing the work so that we can continue helping people and get the information out there that they need.
And I think you said something earlier, Denise, about how maybe it was Stephanie, telling this person's story, it validates their story in some way. Like it adds another layer of of authority to it when it's printed by a third party or posted online by a third party. And so we've seen that a few times in Redlands, where stories that we've covered have it's been used then by that group to further their cause or their message. And one instance was when we first got started, actually, we were still just a newsletter. We weren't covering the whole city. When we first launched, we were only covering like deep dives into city council issues. And so one of the issues was sidewalk vending. And the city council had brought up an ordinance just kind of out of nowhere to basically wipe out sidewalk vending in our entire city except for 2 small areas. And of course, ordinances, they need 2 readings, right? So the first reading goes through, it passes. Then after that reading, we write a huge article about it, explain that this isn't just limiting sidewalk vendors, it's essentially eliminating them from our city. And so that article, went all around town, and of course there needed to be a second reading, so that second reading, crowds of people showed up to say, wait, this isn't what we want. We want more, maybe some guardrails, but we don't want it eliminated, right? We maybe not here, but we want it here. And so there was a resolution, right? 2 people on the city council who generally have opposing opinions came together, created a subcommittee, and worked on the policy, and it came back as something that people were happy with, right? But had we not covered it, essentially, it would have just gone to the second vote and passed, and the consequence of that. So that was, that is our foundation, and what we continue to try to strive for is doing that, that reporting that if you're not going to read a city council agenda, or even if you read it, you might miss it, that giving that and breaking that information down so people can consume it, understand, and then take the action they want to take.
Thank you. I don't know if I have just one story. I can think about, we did a series a couple of years back on domestic violence. And as a follow-up to that series, we held a community conversation via Zoom. And one of the women who agreed to be one of our guest speakers had actually spent several years in prison because she had murdered her abuser. And over the years, she fought for clemency, and she did receive clemency. And since, the laws have changed, now that women are given a fair shot during those trials to really present the history of what eventually resulted in this catastrophic episode that took her husband's life. But I think that really kind of had an impact on me because I've had an experience with one of my sisters who was in a similar situation. And it made me grateful that she was able to get out of that situation, but it also made me aware of how important it is to advocate for change in the law, not to be afraid. And I know that Connie Leva spoke about work that she did in that area, and I think it just showed me how important it is for the media, again, to tell these stories in our communities. Not just that's just one example, but those are the ways that we can help influence what happens legislatively in the state. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think, you all touched on examples, and I think, Stephanie, your example in Redlands shows that change will continue to happen, at the local level. And it may be overshadowed by stuff happening at the national or state level, but it's going to keep happening. And, it's a matter of being informed and knowing about it so that you can impact that change. So I think it's a very powerful message that resonates with all of your stories. As we get to wrap up, and we're finishing up on our panel, what's one piece of advice you could give for someone interested in getting involved in journalism or, making sure to highlight stories in their local community?
I have a kind of an interesting story because I didn't train as a journalist. I spent 30 plus years in telecommunications management and then retired and then decided that I really hated I didn't like that job for 30 years that I did it. It wasn't my passion. I wanted to write. And so I approached a community newspaper and I said, you know, I've always wanted to be a writer. I don't have reporting experience, but here's an example of my writing. And he gave me a chance, and I started out as a beat reporter covering the senior citizen center in our community. And so that was kind of like a backdoor way to come into it, but it really taught me a lot by having boots on the ground, and I was able to grow from there. So I would say don't be afraid if that's your passion. Approach the community newspaper that you're interested in and offer your services.
Yeah, I agree. Just approach. Offer your services. Say you want to do this. I think we rely on freelancers. This is how most of our articles are written, and some contributors. But interestingly, we struggle to find freelancers wanting to cover City Hall in particular and school board. We have lots of opportunities and lots of interest in the community stories, and those are awesome. They're like the funnest thing to write and cover, but we do struggle with finding the more government-oriented stories. So if that's something you're interested in, there is demand for that, and I know another outlet that is also looking for that. Going to the meetings, covering them, and writing those stories. So it's definitely just reach out and start writing.
Yeah, and just be brave. You're going to cover things that are going to upset some people, and that's okay. As long as you're doing it right and you're doing it the right way and you're fact-checking and you're trying to be fair in your reporting and accurate, then that's okay if you make people angry. Controversial subjects that need attention will anger people when you call them out. So I think we just need to remind people that that's okay to make people angry sometimes. Some of these things that are going on are, yes, they're going to make you angry. They should make you angry. We should be angry right now about a lot of things that are going on. So I think it's okay to acknowledge that. And as long as you're doing things the right way, it's okay.
Thank you so much. And can we get another round of applause for our amazing panelists? I want to thank you all again for being here and for all the work that you have done and will so continue to do, supporting our region, advocating for our region, and uplifting our region and their voices. So thank you all. And now I would like to bring up one of our Dean's ambassadors, Caramel, to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you so much. And a big thank you to the Power of the Press panel. Weren't they amazing? Before we move on, I would just like to mention that we will be having a mentorship cafe during lunch. So we will be having 4 astounding mentors that you can talk to, and during lunch you're able to sign up. I just wanted to show you guys who they are. They're really excited to speak to you all. So first we have Estefany Camarillo, who is a public affairs manager for the Campaign for College Opportunity. So she works in the Inland Empire region on behalf of her organization to create and maintain partnerships with relevant stakeholders and students. Estefany is an IE native and takes her role in representing the region to heart. Our next mentor is Graciela Moran, manager of the Office of Policy and Community Engagement at IECF. Graciela helps build strategies and influence through collaboration with community-based organizations and partners while bridging institutional relationships and cultivating partnerships with publicly elected and appointed officials. Tony Rosales is a field representative for the office of the Assemblymember Leticia Castillo. She represents the Assemblymember in the community, engaging in community engagement opportunities and addressing constituent services. And our final mentor is Malia Williamson, president of the Riverside County National Organization of Women, NOW, NOW. NOW brings women into full participation in mainstream American society, focusing on reproductive rights, ending sex discrimination, constitutional equality, promoting diversity, ending racism, economic justice, stopping violence against women, and LGBTQIA rights. If you would like to participate, you can join us during lunch with the sign-up sheets outside in the lobby. Without further ado, it is my great honor to be here today and to introduce to you our next speaker, Senator Sabrina Cervantes. Sabrina Cervantes currently represents the 31st Senate District, which compromises portions of the Inland Empire. A working mother of triplets, Sabrina was first elected to the state legislature in 2016, and from 2022 to 2024 served as chair of the California Latino Legislative Caucus. She is also the first openly LGBTQ+ Latina to represent Western Riverside County in the legislature, and the current vice chair of the California Legislative LGBTQ+ Caucus. We are honored to have you here today. Will you all please give her a round of applause?
Well, thank you, Carimel, for that wonderful introduction. Hello, fellow Highlanders. It is always a joy and an honor to be back on campus where I graduated in 2009. I want to first thank all the organizers of the Persist Women Political Engagement Conference, especially my good friend, Denise. If we could give her a round of applause. I'm always so impressed because she is always creating these wonderful spaces for us, and I just want to give her the recognition that she deserves because she brought this vision to fruition, and look at all the dynamic women in the room today because of it. This is a space where women can connect, learn, strengthen our resilience as change makers in our respective communities. When I look around, especially at our young leaders, whether you are an alumni or you are a college student, we see the future, right? We see you as the change makers for the next generation, whether that is lawmakers, whether that is as advocates, educators. You will change our future. And that was a wonderful introduction and a highlight of my background, but I will tell you that when I first ran for office in 2016, I was told all the reasons why I shouldn't. That I was too young, that I was too new, that I was too ambitious. But if there's one thing that I've learned, other people's doubts don't define your destiny. Your purpose does. And every time I return here on campus, I'm reminded of what my purpose was and where it began. Right here in Riverside County, where I was born and raised. When it came time for college, I knew that UC Riverside was the right choice for me. I majored in political science and minored in public policy. And like so many students here, I balanced my classes with multiple jobs throughout my 4 years, one on campus and one off campus. My family was in that tough middle ground, earning just a little too much for my financial aid, for any financial assistance through the state, and still struggling to afford tuition. That experience has shaped how I see policy today. It is why I fight for working families and students, because I've been that student trying to make it all work. At first, I thought I might go into law when I was a junior here at UCR. And so I interned at our district attorney's office in downtown Riverside, and soon realized my true purpose wasn't found in the courtroom. It was found in the community, in people, in policy, in progress. That is why I'm also wearing this shirt by Dolores Huerta today that says People Power. And after graduation, I went to Sacramento, and I interned for my hometown assembly member at the time. That experience showed me that purpose isn't always loud or glamorous. Sometimes it's in the quiet work of serving others. Later, as a grant writer for Title I schools, I helped secure funding for under-resourced schools throughout eastern Riverside County, but I wanted to be even closer to the people that I served. So I became the director of a voter registration drive, knocking on thousands of doors, empowering our community to use their voice. By the end of that drive, we had registered more than 22,000 new voters across western Riverside County. That experience revealed to me that the heartbeat of democracy and reminded me that the purpose grows stronger when people are engaged. That passion led me to the California State Assembly, where I started off as a senior field rep and eventually became district director, and I learned the needs of our neighborhoods, of our communities from the ground up. From small business owners to veterans to working parents and students. Then came 2016 when I decided to run for office. That campaign was powered by people who believed that leadership should look like the communities that we serve, and there are people in this room today that were with me on my first kickoff. When I was elected, I became the first Latina, the first millennial, and the youngest person ever to serve in the California State Legislature at the time. I've now passed that baton on, and we have the next generation after me who is now serving and representing our community's interests across the state. 9 years later, I ran for state senate. And in 2024, November of 2024, I was humbled to be elected once again to serve the people of the Inland Empire. But here's what I've learned early on. Your journey may not look like anyone else's, and that's the point. Each of us has a purpose uniquely our own, and I strongly believe that. There will always be people who tell you your dreams are impossible. What matters is that you keep moving forward, listening to that inner voice that says, I belong here. I have something to give, and I am not giving up. And that is how I've led my 9 years through the legislature as well. And I believe that is what this conference is about. Persist. So today I stand before you as a proud working mother of triplets, a lifelong Inland Empire resident, and as your state senator. I've had the privilege of authoring critical bills that have supported our veterans, our students, our small businesses throughout our communities throughout the state of California. We've delivered over $650 million in funding for projects that improve our parks, to right here on campus at UCR, the UCR Medical Center, investing in our veteran students on our multiple community college campuses, creating more green spaces for our families. And I truly believe that when women lead, we lead with purpose, we invest in people, in families, in futures, in the places that we call home. You know, I will always work to uplift voices that have long been left out of the political process, ensuring that our state's policies reflect the diversity and strength of California. But we know that progress does not happen in isolation. Some of my proudest legislative accomplishments has happened because of bipartisanship collaboration. From finding common ground to deliver real results. And whether it's funding for housing, expanding broadband in rural areas across our state, improving our infrastructure, the biggest victories have happened when we've worked together. That's what civic purpose looks like. Understanding that democracy thrives not in perfection, but in participation. And looking around this room, I know there's so much resiliency. You build it when you're told no, and you keep going anyway. And I want to make sure that every one of you here today, you walk away thinking about what your purpose is. Are you living that purpose out? And if you don't know what that purpose is, I encourage you to find your North Star. And sometimes that takes moments of reflection, thinking and reading, talking to others. But my family taught me that service isn't about titles. It's about sacrifice. It's about showing up for something bigger than yourself. That is purpose. That same spirit will continue to drive me every day in Sacramento, and that's what I see reflected in each of you here. So where do we go from this moment? The future of civic participation will depend on our next generation, on women who are willing to lead, to organize, to advocate, and to persist with purpose. Wherever your path takes you, whether that is in the nonprofit work, public office, teaching, community organizing, remember this, that change doesn't happen when you're comfortable. Change happens when you're consistent and that you stay the course and that you're guided by that inner voice, your purpose. So keep showing up, keep mentoring others, demand a seat at the table, and then build a bigger table and invite more people to that table. And that is how we are going to change the face of leadership, not just here in California, but the rest of the nation. And that is how we will stay the course. And I am proud to be a graduate of UC Riverside. We have some of the finest institutions of higher learning in our state. And I'm grateful that I get to represent UC Riverside in the state Senate now. But I just wanted to take a moment to ask you, what is your purpose? And how are you going to be of service to others? And since today is a statewide election, I also want you to remember that, your commitment to justice doesn't end at the ballot box. Doesn't end with just one election, but that it's the actions that you take every day. And so I applaud you for being here in this room, taking time this afternoon throughout this entire day. Thank you for everyone who's here, whether you have a booth, helping Denise out, making this event come to fruition. I just want to say thank you. I recognize the work that you've done. And to the students here, Highlanders, just never stop pursuing your purpose.
Thank you so much, Senator. Those were amazing words, and I bet they were very inspiring to all of us, including myself. We have now reached the lunch hour, so please help yourselves to some delicious taco bowls, care of Citrus Grove. While you eat, Dr. Sonara will be playing a DJ set. Additionally, UCR's Excite team is here for the next 2 hours to provide professional headshots to those interested. Please approach the photographer in the lobby to get your picture taken. They will be in the 3rd floor lobby. At 1 p.m., we will have 3 breakout sessions in different rooms. We will also be holding a mentorship cafe, which will take place between 12 to 1 outside in the lobby. We have 4 mentors who are excited to speak to you. Estefani Camarillo, the Public Affairs Manager for the Campaign for College Opportunity. Graciela Moran, the Manager of the Office of Policy and Community Engagement at IECF. Tony Rosales, the Field Representative for the Office of Assembly Member Leticia Castillo. Malia Williamson, President of the Riverside County National Organization of Women. If you would like to participate, there are sign-up sheets in the lobby where you can do a 10-minute slot with your mentor. As a reminder, our breakout rooms will begin at 1 o'clock. We will see you after lunch. Right now, this is a great opportunity to vote in California's special election if you haven't already. We have 2 gem cards ready to take you from here to the Student Health Services building. Afterwards, they will take you back in time for Persist breakout rooms at 1 p.m. It is now my pleasure to introduce DJ Sonara. Dr. Jade S. Saucer is an associate professor in the Departments of Gender and Sexuality Studies and Society, Environment, and Health Equity at UCR. Her research analyzes the relationships between race, gender, and reproduction in the midst of the climate crisis. In her free time, Dr. Saucer is a DJ at KUCR, our UCR campus radio station. Her show, The Vibe Check, is focused on R&B, soul, and funk music, and it airs Fridays at 2 p.m. Let's give it up for DJ Sonara. Thank you. We will see you guys after lunch. If I could have everyone's attention, please. Just one quick little announcement right now. Hello, everyone. I hope you are all enjoying your delicious food, networking with your mentors, taking advantage of the professional headshots, and enjoying our DJ set. At this time, I would like to remind you all that we will have breakout sessions from 1 to 1:45. The Know Your Rights session with the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice will be in Hub 355. The Policies Behind Health and Wellbeing panel will be in Hub 367. The Communicating with Emotional Intelligence with CEO Susan Freeman will be in Hub 379. After the breakout sessions, please do return to the hub right now where we are, 302, where we will have boba for the attendings to kick off the remaining hours of our conference. Again, these breakout sessions will begin at 1 p.m., so in 12 minutes. But right now, let's just enjoy the rest of your lunch hour. Thank you so much.
We have a lot more coming up here at the Persist Women's Political Engagement Conference. We are honored to have Dr. Noemi Hernandez-Alexander with us here today. Dr. Noemi Hernandez-Alexander, a first-generation college student and child of Mexican immigrants, is a mother, an education leader, a scholar, and a public servant with a powerful story of persistence through adversity. She has dedicated her life to breaking barriers and creating pathways for young women and students of all backgrounds. She has dedicated the last 20 years of her life to education, creating opportunities from kindergartners to PhD candidates. Most recently, she served as the Interim Dean of Student Services at Riverside City College, supporting essential programs like TRIO, EOPS, Upward Bound, veterans, foster youth, and justice-impacted students. She is also a professor of political science and public administration and the former department chair of history and government at the California Baptist University. Her leadership is marked by innovation, collaboration, and commitment to mentoring students and developing inclusive academic programs that prepare the next generation for civic engagement and public service. Elected in 2022 to the Riverside Unified School District Board of Education, Noemi won her seat as a first-time candidate against all the odds. Since then, she has championed dual enrollment and is a strong proponent of CTE expansion to include essential trades and the computing skills needed to enter the workforce of the future. Her leadership has been instrumental in reopening Casablanca Elementary School, restoring a vital educational resource in a historically Latino neighborhood, and in advocating for the construction of a new East Side school to eliminate long-distance busing for students. She also played a key role in selecting the district's first Latina superintendent, marking a historic step in elevating Latina leadership. Noemi's research agenda lies at the intersection of politics, race, and gender. reflecting her passion for amplifying diverse voices in leadership. She is currently conducting a study, planned as a forthcoming book, on the fundraising experiences of women of color who run for elected office. Grounded in feminist theory and intersectional frameworks, this work highlights the unique challenges and strategies of female candidates while offering insights into barriers, opportunities, and reforms needed to build more equitable pathways to leadership. By bridging her academic expertise, public service, and lived commitment to equity, Dr. Hernandez-Alexander brings to Persist a powerful message about resilience, advocacy, and the transformative power of education and representation. At this point, I would now like to welcome to the stage RUSD Vice President Dr. Noemi Hernandez-Alexander.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust, I rise. You may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes. You may kill me with your hatefulness, but still like air, I'll rise. But still like air, everybody breathe with me. We persist. I was asked to come and share a few words with you about my life and as a story of persistence. And I can't help but start at the foundation. I am a child of hardworking Mexican immigrants. My dad was a landscaper, my mom worked in a factory, and on the weekends we all mowed lawns as a family. You could say I was raised poor, but I didn't feel poor. I had a very happy childhood. I was an English learner, though. I had a really difficult time in school. I didn't always know what was happening in class, and so my grades suffered. My parents really couldn't help me because they themselves only had a third grade education, and honestly, they were just consumed with survival. And so education really wasn't a priority. However, they did teach me an incredible work ethic. They taught me how to persevere. They instilled in me a great faith. They gave me ganas, perseverance. And by the grace of God, I stand here before you, a poor, mediocre student who managed to become the first person in her family to graduate from high school, go on to college, and attain a PhD. Much like many of you in this room. The last one was really hard. As you know, graduate school is hard all by itself, but I was a late bloomer when I decided to go and pursue a PhD. I went back to school, I was in my 40s. I had a full-time job, I was raising 2 kids. My husband was changing careers, and so we were financially struggling. I couldn't quit my job in order to go to school. And I felt like everyone else around me had time to study. I was competing with 20-something-year-old, mostly young men. I was one of only 3 women in my cohort in my PhD program. And so I didn't feel a whole lot of support. And if you can imagine being the oldest person in the room and struggling with imposter syndrome, like you're supposed to get over it by a certain time, and I felt it so heavy in that space. My professor, in fact, said she expected me to drop out. To my face. During the program, I got really sick. It led to multiple surgeries, ended up in a hysterectomy. During the hysterectomy, the doctor botched the surgery, and I had to go and return to fix what was broken inside of my abdomen. And so because of all of the chaos and because of my inability to really, really focus on graduate school, I failed my qualifying exams. And it was incredibly heartbreaking because I was exhausted. I felt like I didn't have it in me to try again. All along, my daughter was watching me work so hard, work hard and fail, and fall, and cry, and then get back up. She painted this mug for me during that season in life. And she wrote in there, "You can do it." And she was right. You know, after graduating, after getting my PhD, I earned a few letters after my name, but I didn't earn more dollars in the bank account. And I realized that I had been underpaid in my job, and I said, this is it. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna talk to my boss and I'm gonna ask for a raise. It was really, after everything I had been through, it was really the scariest thing I had ever done, is to try to go in there and get a raise. I had convinced myself over the years that I was a low-wage earner because I was new in my profession, or maybe because it took me so long to finish school. I was always thinking, they're gonna walk into my office and say, "You've been doing such a great job, you deserve a raise." And that just never happened. And one day I read this article out of a Pew Research site, and I read that at that time, on average, women were making about 80 cents for every dollar that a man makes in the same job. And I thought, oh, so it's not just me. Well, that's all I needed to hear. My injustice button was pushed, and it was on. And I said, this Monday, I am going in there, and I am gonna walk in, and I'm gonna ask for a raise. And of course, I was terrified. So before I did that, I went into the restroom at my work, I locked the door behind me, and I got into my Amy Cuddy power pose. And I looked in the mirror and I said, today I'm gonna walk in there and I'm gonna get a raise for all of the women that have been lowballed, for all of the women that need a raise and are afraid to ask for one, for that college student that got hired and was lowballed at hiring and didn't know that she could negotiate her salary. And for my daughter, who I have been raising to ask for what she's worth. And if I didn't do it myself, would have zero credibility to ask her to do the same. And so I walked in there with my big girl energy, and I walked out with a raise. And so what I realized I had done is what psychologists like Adam Galinsky call, what I call the mama bear effect. But in fact, research shows that advocacy, when you advocate on behalf of others, you become more self-assured and you become more direct. The mama bear effect, what I call it, and what some other social scientists actually call it, is the mama bear effect, is simply this, that when women are more likely to take risks and to make big asks when they believe that they are doing it on behalf of others. That afternoon, I got home and I strutted into that house and I was like, Mommy got some dinero. And I was feeling so good about myself when my phone rings. And it's my babysitter on the other line. And she's a college student. She had, helps us out with the kids 2 days a week. And she's like, I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm gonna need to make $2 more an hour than you're currently paying me. And I was like, the nerve. And then it clicked. Like, this is what it's all about. Of course, yes, of course I will pay you $2 more an hour because I value you. I value what you bring to our family, and I need you. So yes, of course I will give you $2. And immediately in my spirit, I understood in that moment that as I strive to reach, it is not enough for me to just grab hold. I must bring someone with me on my way. In 2022, I decided to run for school board of Riverside Unified School District. Shout out to RUSD. We see Renee in the hill in the house. And also Dr. Soso's wife is here. Shout out to my RUSD family. And because I wasn't a candidate before, it was my first time running, I was told that I was not a viable candidate. I learned that it's very hard to raise money when you don't already have money. And it's very hard to build a network when you don't already have a network. It was a number of times I was asked on occasion, like, why do you think you even have a chance to win this election? And when I laid out my well thought out platform, and the areas that I felt we could grow, or when I showed evidence of my actual profession, I could show evidence that I was capable, that I was successful, that I was persistent, and they would ask, oh, well then, how do you even have time to run? And if you get in the office, how will you even have time to serve? And my favorite one was, does your husband support you doing this? And who's going to take care of the kids? I did receive some compliments, though. A few times, or one time I heard, I think you are the most prepared candidate running in this race, but I can't support you. You see, I'm a no party preference. I'm registered as a no party preference. I have been for about almost 20 years. And that's because as a political scientist, I like to keep kind of a bipartisan angle when I do my research. So I've been an MPP this whole time. And a lot of times partisans don't feel comfortable endorsing you in the event that someone from their own party runs against you. And so I lead on my day ones. The first elected official that I sought an endorsement from was then Senator Connie Leyva, who is now the executive director of KVCR, and you heard from this morning. And let me stop and pause and ask, if you can, please support your local public radio and public TV station. We need their truth-telling now more than ever. And so she didn't know me. She didn't know me, but she understood. She said, I'm going to endorse you because I know how important it is to get support early. Later, she sat me down and we had a mentoring conversation over coffee about fundraising. That was a huge help for me. And I'll never forget that. Other people like Director Gracie Torres, who is now running for city council, taught me how to be a candidate and how to survive emotionally being a candidate. Supervisors Perez and Supervisor Medina put their support behind me early, and their confidence in me gave me confidence to then ask other elected officials for their support, like Senator Cervantes and Councilmember Edwards, who also put their support behind me, and I am so incredibly grateful for those day ones. But there were two women who really helped me go the distance. One was my neighbor Tricia, who I had never met before until I knocked on her door when I started canvassing. And she was literally my first knock on the door. And I was stumbling and I'm like, hi, my name is, and I'm running for school board, and she patiently sat through my spiel and she said, here's $10. The next time you go walking and knocking on doors, I'm gonna go with you. She's a sales rep, and she taught me a little bit about how to close a deal. And she was one of my best canvassers. The other person was my friend Penelope, who's a graduate from UCR, is a school teacher, single income, a household of 6. She wrote a check for hundreds of dollars, the equivalent sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of dollars. And once I cashed that check, I was on the hook. I'm like, there is no way I'm squandering this woman's money. And so that is all I needed to raise money and to succeed in this effort. So I want to encourage you, if you have a heart to run for office or to serve in a public way, I want to offer you the 3 C's, what I call the 3 C's. That is contentment, confidence, and courage. I encourage you to find contentment, to grow your confidence, and to step into courage. To find contentment, you need to start serving where you are now. Don't think about that next position. Think about where you are today and how you can serve where you are now. Number 2, grow confidence. How do you grow confidence? By advocating on the behalf of others. You grow your self-confidence. Number 3, you step into courage. You acknowledge that it's scary. You acknowledge that it's going to be difficult, and you do it anyway. You acknowledge that what you're doing is scary, and you do it scared, but you do it. So now I would like to invite you into a special project that I'm embarking on with my colleague, Dr. Letitia Clark. That is a picture of her in one of her campaign pictures. She's running for mayor of Tustin, and that was one of the photos for my campaign. We're conducting a study, and we're working on a book that what we're doing, let me just tell you a little bit about Dr. Clark, because I think it's really important to say people's name in a room full of opportunities, right? Especially women. Dr. Clark is a public servant. She is a former council member in Tustin. She was the former mayor of Tustin, and now she took a break, and now she's coming back, and she's relaunching her bid for mayor in 2026. So keep an eye out for her if you know anybody in Tustin. So together we're working on this research project. We're expanding on her previous work, and we're building it to create a book. Our working title is Beyond the Green, Stories of Women of Color Who Raised Money and Ran. So if I'm asking you, if you are a woman here who has ran for office or will run for office in 2026, I ask you to click on that QR code, please, so you can participate in our study. Dr. Clark or myself will be reaching out to you. I want to share with you some of the preliminary findings that we found. Also, the QR codes will be on all of the rest of the slides in case you didn't get a chance to do that earlier. Candidates were asked in our study what their experiences were like when they were running their campaigns. What we found was that there was a limited access to social capital, that they had limited access to affluent social capitals. So affluent networks understand the importance of getting someone elected. They understand what it means to them as an organization to get to support a candidate. There was a lack of access to those types of networks. There were some negative experiences around fundraising. They weren't comfortable asking money for themselves. We found there were some cultural barriers because in some cultures it's very taboo to ask for money, and certainly to family members. And we found that it was difficult for candidates to explain exactly what the money is going to be spent on. Also, there's that good old viability factor. Many women were told that they were not viable candidates, and donors were skeptical about supporting them. So also we found that there was a very personal, emotional, and psychological toll on the candidates themselves. Some women took loans out, personal loans to put money in their campaign account so that it can look like they have money so that donors will then want to give them money. They relied on families and friends. And many of those who ran grassroots campaigns, we rely on small dollars. And what ends up happening is that all day long, you're asking lots of people for a little bit of dollars to be able to add up to the hundreds and thousands that you need. And what we found is that there was emotional tax. It was emotionally taxing. The candidates said that it was psychologically draining for them to do that. The women that did persist and managed to have good, not just outcomes, but rather a good experience, tapped into mentorship and training programs like Latinas Lead, the Hope Latina Leadership Institute, Emerge California, New American Leaders. They found that connecting with them helped them to be ready. Fundraising networks like Latinas Lead, I said, like that, Emily's List. They also employed grassroots strategies. Many of them coming from grassroots groups themselves were able to use those strategies for mobilization and get support from other networks. And they leaned into their shared purpose in communicating. When they removed themselves from this money is not for me, this position is not for me, but rather it's a collective good. They saw themselves as a conduit for progress instead of it being a difficult and uncomfortable space to be asking for both money and support. They communicated their why as a collective need and a collective purpose. Again, tapping into that mama bear effect. And we also found that women had a head start when they had already volunteered for boards and commissions and task force. And so Dr. Clark's findings, she suggests that when cities expand their commissions and task force, they provide women opportunities to engage in decision making, they gain the experience necessary, and they cultivate a leadership pipeline. The value of this is priceless. I encourage you to apply now. In the city of Riverside, there is an open application until next week, November 14th, where you can apply to be a commissioner and serve on a task force. Again, my next plug to just continue to click on the QR code. And finally, I just want to encourage you, amigas. I want to end and encourage you by reminding you that women are called to be mentors. We are called to be leaders. And we do not need to compete with one another to do it. There is a unique, right? There is a unique hole out there with your shape on it. Only you can fill it. Don't listen to those disqualifying voices. Do not disqualify yourself by playing small. Whether you have been disqualified or someone has disqualified you, the result is the same. It is not serving you, and it is depriving the community of your unique leadership. And so I leave you with the words of Marianne Williamson from her book, Return to Love. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. Your playing small does not serve the world. And there is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people don't feel insecure around you. As we let our light shine, we unconsciously give others permission to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful keynote, Dr. Hernandez Alexander. That was a very powerful message, and we appreciate it. At this time, I want to introduce a short video that U.S. House of Representatives member Sarah Jacobs in California's 51st District has sent to us specifically to celebrate Persist. Special shout out to Elliot Emmer and Dean Mark Long from our School of Public Policy for reaching out and getting Sarah Jacobs to submit a video for us. So enjoy.
You're taking all of your frustration and anger Thank you for an amazing video. I will now introduce our next panel from Policy to Public Immigration and Community Safety in Turbulent Times. As I read their bios, I ask each of our participants to please approach the stage. Dr. Kevin Gutierrez is a psychiatrist, clinical educator, and narrative medicine scholar whose work has explored the integration of critical race theory and decolonial theory into medical education. Dr. Gutierrez completed his Bachelor's of Arts in Spanish with honors at Ohio State University before attending the Master of Science of Narrative Medicine program at Columbia University, after which he earned his medical degree, MD, from Sidney Gilmore Medical College at Thompson Jefferson University. He completed his psychiatry residency training at NYU Langone Medical Center, where he was a grant recipient of the American Psychiatric Association and Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration Minority Fellowship. He joined the UC Riverside Department of Psychiatry and Neuroscience in August 2024. Dr. Gutierrez's work has been published in the New England Journal of Medicine, Academic Medicine, Journal of Medical Humanities, and Daedalus. His current work focuses on conceptualizing and researching a social movement psychiatry. Clarissa Cervantes is a mom, businesswoman, and longtime community leader who currently represents Ward 2 on the Riverside City Council. She's the first woman to ever represent Ward 2, and she's the second Latina and second LGBTQ person to ever elected in the Riverside City Council. As a council member, Clarissa has pushed for millions of dollars in necessary road repairs, supported small businesses with microgrants, championed environmental and open space protections, created opportunities for artists to beautify neighborhoods, and voted to expand access to affordable housing. A veteran community campaign organizer, Clarissa has worked on presidential, congressional, state legislative, county, and municipal campaigns. Throughout California, she also served as the chair of Riverside Transit Agency's Greater Riverside Transportation Now chapter and worked as a legislative field representative to former Riverside Council member Andy Melendrez. Clarissa holds a bachelor's degree in political science with a concentration in politics, government, and California State University, Northridge, and a master's degree in urban and regional planning with an emphasis on planning and policy at California Polytechnic State University, Pomona. For Los Gallegos, Todek is a family affair. She grew up within the embrace of the Todek community. An organizer her parents started when her family first moved to the Inland Empire. For many years, she served as a community program director of Todek before stepping into executive director role in 2020. Outside of work, she loves to sing and lives in the community with her husband, children, and dogs. Last but not the least, Natalia Saka is a regional policy advocate at CHIRLA, Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, where she champions policies that uplift immigrant and refugee communities and promote inclusive, equitable governance across the Inland Empire. She holds a Master of Arts in International Relations, Political Science from the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies in Switzerland. A global hub of diplomacy and human rights, Natalia previously served with the permanent mission of Costa Rica to the United Nations and other international organizations, where she focused on advancing the rights and protection of vulnerable populations through policy research and advocacy within different UN entities. Please join me in welcoming our panel participants. My first question is with you, Council Member Clarissa Cervantes. Councilmember Cervantes, you recently had 3 to 4 legislative win on the Riverside City Council with your Safe Communities resolution, requiring federal immigration agents to clearly identify themselves, amongst other things. Tell us more about this and what it means for Riverside. Is it working?
There we go. Hello. Thank you so much. Well, thank you. It's such an honor to be here today and to be on this panel with esteemed different members of our community. So to share that, yes, we were really proud to pass a resolution in the 12th largest city in California, essentially affirming our values as a city, that we are going to ensure that, one, we uphold our oath to the Constitution and that we can protect our residents, especially if their civil rights are violated. So I want to say I was very proud to partner with CHIRLA, to partner with Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice, the Human Relations Commission, and we were able to craft, and working also with getting feedback from the Riverside Police Department so that we can craft a resolution that we were able to see passed. It was a 4-3 vote, but I'm grateful for my colleagues who supported it, and in there we had some layers, one which included that we would our police department would uphold state law and follow. We have new bills that were signed that do essentially will not allow or again states that we want federal agents to be massed in our cities. Of course, this creates terror, fear. We've also seen just egregious cases and situations happen. So that was one thing, is we wanted to make sure we can maintain public trust in our community with our local law enforcement, that we can protect members in our community in the event people refuse to identify themselves, that they could respond and help to assure that we are not having people kidnapped or taken from our community. Civil rights violations could be documented, and that we are also going to be doing a public awareness Know Your Rights campaign. So a public education campaign where residents can go to our city website for resources and information about knowing your rights. And a couple other pieces were folded into there too. But really, at the end of the day, I just want to say the impact was the community that felt that this resolution was reflective of our values as a city and made people feel safer knowing that our city council took action.
Thank you so much. You have prioritized multiple levers like housing, small businesses, microgrants, arts activation, and road repairs. Which of those levers most directly improves immigrant family mental health, and how are you measuring the impact?
Yes, one thing and it's interesting, and at one point I may have to jump off of here because of an important bill coming to council this afternoon. I had to excuse myself, but to join you all here today. But food insecurity, I will say, people are afraid to go to the grocery store, and TODEC is doing, and other groups in our community are doing amazing services. Yes. Round of applause. They are delivering food, fresh fruits, vegetables, and other items to families that cannot leave their home, that are afraid if they go to the grocery store, they will not return home. That is a reality for people right now. Today, the council will be voting to allocate $100,000 to help close the gap for Riverside residents who are dealing with food insecurity if they qualify for SNAP or if they're a federal employee. And that was an item I asked to come forward for today as an emergency item. But that is something we're seeing right now tied to this whole issue with our immigrant communities is food. And we know the cost of also paying for food is excessive and expensive right now. But I will say that at the end of the day, the quality of life issues around this there's multi-layers. All of them are equally important. And we have to make sure we can address them head on, working with our amazing partners.
Absolutely. So what's one decision this year that you think is a city decision this year that would quickly reduce fear among mixed status families?
I think the biggest thing was getting this resolution across the finish line, and now it's going to see making sure we implement the steps included. So coming back in December, our city manager's office will be sharing with council an update on what that public education campaign is going to look like, what is outreach going to look like, having workshops as well so that we can educate members of the community, continuing to build the infrastructure that we have in place with other nonprofit partners, organizations. So the work has just, I will say it's been already happening, but now we're at the table as well. And I think that is the important part, is we need to have our local government at the table to address, because this has become a public health crisis. We're going to speak in a moment too about the mental health impact that this is having in our children, in our community, but it's also having a mental health impact on adults. I mean, can we see a show of hands if you are being severely impacted by the ICE raids in our community? There we go. So I think for myself, Riverside taking the step to make sure that we can be part of the solution to help our members in our community is pivotal, and us taking that action to me is putting our actions where our words are.
You're absolutely right. We do need partnerships for this issue. Now, you have made local history with your election. How has your representation as a Latina and LGBTQ-shaped constituent trust and the city's approach to immigrant serving policy?
Yes, well, being a daughter of immigrants, my mother came over from Mexico when she was a little girl. I had the privilege of seeing her be sworn in as a U.S. citizen when I was a little girl. And my grandparents, they always instilled, and I know my older sister was here earlier today, so I don't know what she shared, but I'll just say that we were always taught at a young age to look out for communities, particularly those that are the most vulnerable, which is often our immigrant undocumented community. We grew up in a farm working fields out in Coachella, so that was our exposure at a young age, and I think that has always instilled in me the fight to make sure that we are advocating for our most vulnerable members of our community, but then we have to think of everyone, right? The big picture of how do we advocate for everyone those who have other issues as well. I think being finally coming to accept my truth of being, I'm openly LGBTQ, identify as bi and queer. I think to me, what makes a difference is when I am just authentically myself and knowing that it makes other people feel that they could be here too. And I think that's what I always like to remind folks is that we come with different stories, different backgrounds. I'm not perfect, I've made mistakes, but when you use your story to then heal yourself and then you use that medicine to help others to find their path, that to me is powerful. And I hope that's what I hope to do in the role that I have, is to show others that it's possible to be here. And when we work with amazing partners again in community, we can achieve great things together.
Absolutely, and this is why we now pivot to Dr. Gutierrez, because since we are talking about immigrant families. So Dr. Gutierrez, in your recent UCR co-authored report, linking immigration enforcement activity to heightened trauma and mental health crisis among children, with specific care models like school-based screening, safety planning, family-centered evidence, PTSD symptoms. So, and how would you recommend Inland Empire schools and clinic implement these while safeguarding families with the data from immigration enforcement and measuring outcomes over 6 to 12 months?
So thank you so much for the invitation to be here, and my colleague, Dr. Lisa Fortuna, wasn't able to be here today. She was the lead author on this piece that we published recently. And my understanding about the question is kind of what are the evidence-based treatments for kiddos with regards to trauma. And I certainly could answer, give you a literature review on the research about what works. But the more important thing is that the spaces, the traditional clinical spaces in which these things would occur are no longer safe. And so to me, it's somewhat irrelevant now about what's evidence-based. And if a kid can't show up to do parent-child therapy, or they can't leave the house, or they can't go to school. And I think that the focus on evidence-based treatments is that it doesn't really meet patients where they're at, which is they're hiding away, they're actively working within communities because they're the ones being affected by this. And so unfortunately, I don't have a great answer as to how schools and clinics in particular can implement these because we're just not seeing folks anymore. And so I have more to say on that, but I think your upcoming questions will prompt that.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving that insight. So you have also argued in your paper that psychiatry can stay on the sidelines when policy drives trauma. What does social move in psychiatry look like in the county clinic or school-based setting here?
So a couple of things in that question. Number one, the kind of statement that psychiatry can't stay on the sidelines. Number one, as a psychiatrist, as someone who was trained in a particular treatment modality, many of which was individualistic. Individual psychotherapy, individual medication management, individual hospitalization, is that I'm finding that in my own practice and many of my trainees and colleagues is that when we've reached the point where we actually can practice, we've realized that it's insufficient. And the challenge is that at that point, the downstream effects of upstream structural forces such as authoritarianism and immigration enforcement have already done the damage. It certainly is important to treat kiddos affected by these policies and adults. At that point, the point of symptomatology, the damage has already been done. And so what I've been kind of calling my colleagues to do is to see their usefulness beyond just individual treatment, to look into how we can bolster pre-existing mechanisms within community organizations to strengthen those healing mechanisms, because that's where folks are. And also, I am a believer that that is a very big piece missing from the global north in the United States in terms of how we address mental health. The second question is my answer will be somewhat nascent, but in my own work, I've been trying to conceptualize what I've called a social movement psychiatry. What is a psychiatry that is as close to decolonial as possible? What does it look like to address the mental health needs of an organization and a community organization specifically? And so part of my work has actually been doing group psychotherapy for community organizers. And so because I'm a believer that those are the mechanisms and institutions that are really protecting our patients and our community members. And so in approaching them, I asked kind of what could someone like me do, and they mentioned burnout as a big factor in many of the ranks of their organizers. I happen to be trained in group psychotherapy, so I said, why don't I just offer that to you? And so we've been piloting a research study, offering it to different groups, specifically community-based group organizations. And so we've been kind of piloting it with different groups, and the outcomes have been pretty good. Community organizers aren't burning out and having to disengage. They're staying in the fight, and they're not letting the burnout kind of necessitate that they disengage from their work completely. The treatment happens where they are.
Thank you so much for conducting this. Lastly, for clinicals who feel, clinicians who feel this is bigger than me, what is the minimum advocacy you think every psychiatrist or therapist should do this year? For example, safety planning for possible separations, trauma-informed school participation, etc.
I have two concrete suggestions to colleagues who may feel that this is outside their purview. I think it's quite naive to think that what happens outside the interviewing room is irrelevant to what we do. In fact, I found it's probably the only relevant thing that happens. We can say a lot about symptoms like having anxiety, a kid not sleeping, a kid suffering from depression. We know how to treat those things, but if I were to say that by addressing one upstream structural force, we could reduce that for the vast majority of kiddos, wouldn't you be interested in that? And so I found that encouraging my trainees in particular to really appreciate what's called sociogenic causes of mental illness, such as rising authoritarianism, is that we must appreciate those things. Otherwise, what we will see in children is we will ultimately identify as an individual pathology and deficiency, which is incorrect to assign that to that group. And in a lot of ways, that repeats a lot of the oppression that these groups feel, is that they have higher rates of mental illness, and it's not a big leap for someone to say, well, maybe it's a deficiency in them. But if you take a step back outside of the clinic, you'll see that they are ultimately at the end of major forces and violences that are targeting them. So I'm encouraging colleagues to look upstream and not individually pathologize. And the last thing is that this is something one of my co-authors on the paper was talking about, Dr. Nathan Vega Butler, who is back at NYU Langone, is a child researcher. And one of the things he's been working on in his community back in New York City is encouraging and facilitating families having conversations about safety plans. Because we're finding that many situations where family members are separated, that parents understandably are not sure how to have this conversation with their children. It's almost like a discussion about death, why grandma's not here anymore. But no one equips parents to do that. And so we've been finding that many parents have been avoiding the conversation altogether, which is understandable, but we find from a clinical standpoint that that leads to worse outcomes. Children will internalize everything about their environment. And so inevitably they will see that as I caused that. I'm the reason why my dad is not here. And so ultimately, one of the things we've been encouraging clinicians to do is encourage our patients to have these conversations. It's the one thing we are in control of in that narrative. So being able to identify mom and dad might not be here because there are people in the country who don't want us to be together. And articulating that early and consistently can actually maintain the stability of their attachment, which is good for the long run. It's a mitigating kind of harm reduction model, but it is the one piece of the discourse that folks are in control of. So I encourage clinicians to really bring that up with their patients, to have those conversations rather than having the child make assumptions when they're separated.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gutierrez, and thank you for providing practical examples to us. Moving forward to Executive Director Luz Gulli of TODEC. As an Executive Director, you have been a long-time advocate for immigrant rights. And what are you seeing on the ground in terms of families' fear or misinformation since the latest immigration enforcement policies took effect? And how can local governments and community groups better coordinate with trusted organizations like yours to ensure immigrant families feel safe accessing public services and reporting abuses?
Very packed question, but thank you. What we have seen and continue seeing is very packed and very layered. You asked about what our families are going through, and what they're going through, it's not, what the doctor brought up is very important, the trauma. But not only mental trauma, social trauma, economic trauma. We all know if our immigrant families don't work, they don't eat. And if any of us don't have access to money, it triggers. And it triggers our mental well-being, and it triggers the well-being of our families. And the kids are watching how their parents are arguing for money, arguing if they're gonna go to work the next day, arguing, seeing a lot of domestic violence. So our families are going through so much at this time, and this is not new. For many of us that have been organizing, especially here in the region, are used to these threats. Having Border Patrol in our streets is not new. What is new is the narrative, all the messaging, all the actions that are taking place, all the kidnapping. It's really taking a toll on our families. That at this time, if our families are not being deported, they're leaving on their own, they're self-deporting, or they're taking their life. So this conversation is very important because, as the doctor said, families are going through a lot of trauma, and all of us have to work together. This is not the first time we work together with multiple agencies from the top down, bottom up. We've done it before. The most recent was COVID, where we all had to throw down to support our more vulnerable populations, and all of us were at risk. And we're living through this crisis. But this new crisis that we're living in is a crisis that only impacts not only vulnerable populations, but people of color. And the way that we continue to work together and stand up for each other, we're seeing it more constantly now, to be honest, than in COVID, where agencies or that are governmental or different agencies that never thought of immigrants are thinking of immigrants now. For us, we want to think it's out of the kindness of their hearts because they're seeing the suffering of our families and our kids. But for others, it's their bottom line. If they don't have clients, how are they going to meet their grants? If you don't have clients, patients in your clinics, how are you going to meet your goals? So during this time, just how we saw during COVID, the crisis that we're seeing with families, it's heartbreaking. And the trauma starts not only with the fear of not knowing if you're going to see your parents or your kids, but not knowing if you're going to be able to feed your family, have a home for your kids, or being detained or kidnapped. But what we are seeing is right now, we're working with across the region with so many partners that it's just heartwarming that we see the people stepping up just to see how can I help. So it's different. It's difficult times where we see a lot of hate, but we see more love. And it's all of us working together in this ecosystem that if immigrants don't exist, our economies cannot resist. And that's the reality, as we're seeing that We all know, and I hope we all know, that 1 out of 4 kids has an immigrant parent. So that tells you the crisis as we're talking about children in this conversation.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Eagles. Moving forward, what community design practice that has protected families' mental health during the enforcement spikes? Okay, I'm so sorry. It's all right. Going back to the conversation which you were having and the stories you shared, what community design practices are best, which you think are best in a way that they've protected families which are suffering mental health crisis?
Yes, as the doctor pointed, and that's his business, they are not seeing people come in the doors. Through our emergency hotline that we activate, we only activate it when there's emergencies that impact immigrants, and on January of 2025, we activated it. Hundreds of calls every day of people needing immigrants needing different resources. We're connecting them with partners and providing them the legal, the know your rights, and everything else that we do internally and externally with the amazing partners across the region. But one of the top is access to mental health. We are connecting families with our clinics, with our partners that are offering these services. And as our caseworkers are following up with the families and with our partners, we're finding out that the families are not connecting with the agencies because of the fear of the information being safe, the fear of not trusting. You know, we have great partners. I see Danza here, that they're doing healing circles and they're helping community heal. We tell community, they're like, can you give me the service? And we're like, we're not mental health professionals. We have partners that do that. But we offer is spaces where we talk about it because they feel safe and they know they could trust us, right? But something else that we continue seeing is the continued need for telehealth. This is a solution that we saw during COVID when we had to stay 6 feet, but right now it's not just 6 feet, it's like, you know, our community's hiding, that we are seeing the benefits of telehealth with partners that are offering telehealth to our community. They're not asking their names. They're not asking any information. They just want to listen. And I know what I'm asking now from all of you that are in this space and are watching us, that you need a shift with community. If you really want to help our immigrant community, our kids and our families, you need a shift and respect their privacy. I know everybody has to collect data for their projects and all of that, but right now it's not the time. If you really want to save lives, you have to respect the privacy. Telehealth, we do see it as a solution because there's a lot of our partners that are offering telehealth, and that's really been a life-saving. But another tool that we all have as immigrants, and I use it because I'm happy to hear that you all providing mental health. We need it, so sign us up for that, for organizations, because we're living through this trauma with our community, is our faith. Our faith, for me, as a person, what heals me and what my self-care, that word is very new to me, is my faith. It keeps me strong in the good times and the bad times, and that's what's holding our community down. Before they leave, nos encomendamos a la Virgen de Guadalupe, and that's the reality of our families and of all of us, regardless of what religion. But our faith is something that's rooted. It is really helping our community heal, but not all community. Because we continue to see the trauma and the stories and the data that we're collecting with an organization. And that's what I ask right now, not just telling, but I want action. I'm calling all these institutions that provide action, meeting community where they're at. If the safety is telehealth, that's where you have to be. Not asking any information that the community doesn't need. Right now we have to save lives, not just by legal prevention with helping them with action plans, knowing their rights, but we have to save lives. I could share this. We had families that have come to us and said, my kids are not eating, they're not sleeping. We take them to the doctor, they take blood out, and they say they're healthy. But trauma, if any of us here have been through depression, that's something that these normal exams cannot detect. So that's something else that I want to put out there, that when physicians, we're getting our physicals done for our families, that you're not just looking at their vitals and the blood, we're also asking those questions to filter out trauma within these families.
Thank you so much. Lastly, Executive Gallegos, I will ask you this last question. Thank you so much for sharing all the stories and your thoughts and your feelings with us. Since you were talking about institutions that need to respond, what do you suggest of how the institution should respond?
We have to all respond with compassion, love, and empathy. We have to listen to community. For us, as a grassroots organization that was born and raised here in the IE, we know the struggle of when we started over 40 years and how our region looked then and how we had to shift and pivot every day to now. We listen to community when we're pushing. A lot of our community members saying, don't make noise. Don't bring ICE to our communities. We need to learn to listen because we have to use our privilege to help others. I'm an organizer. I have a title in the organization, but my role, I'm an organizer. And I'm listening on the ground with our teams on the daily basis, on the ground. You know, right now, they just don't want these folks coming into our cities. They don't want to create noise. They are seeing how our neighboring counties are getting hit after hit after hit, and we have to be respectful because we're not living in their shoes. We're not living in their fears, in their trauma that they don't know if they can't. We started our food distribution in March. You know, when January hit, families were coming. We had, the day after elections, we had people lined up at all our office sites throughout the region, and they're like, ¿Qué vamos a hacer ahora? What are we gonna do now? Is it safe for my kids to go to school? You know, we activated, how we've always done, but they say, we don't want them to come in our streets. We saw what happened the first raid. The first raid didn't happen, just started in June. They started since before. We saw in our partners in the Central Valley how they got hit. How our partners in LA got hit, how we continue to get hit. And our community right now, they're just trying to stay safe and sane. They don't want to leave their house. If you all's gone, we just had we canceled all our events for Todek, our big festivals, we canceled them because we get threats and we don't want to expose community. But we saw how even in our events that we had with Dia de los Muertos, the community this weekend in Coachella, the community that was there was not our grassroots community. It was our families that knew they were safe, our Chicanos, our Latinos, our kids. Those were the ones partying, and we had a great event, But the thing is that community that's in fear, they're trying to stay safe as much as they can. They go to work, they come home. They don't want to expose themselves. And how we've seen these masked men coming into communities in our cities, throwing down like Clarissa and the folks that support it, But at the state,
we're also have to create awareness of what our community is going through. So right now it's difficult times, but together we will survive. But what do I ask is, please listen to your families that you're helping. Pivot and shift with them. Don't take action that you think is good for them that it might hurt their well-being. For the physicians, please take a deeper dive into the well-being when the people are coming into your clinics asking for help, because a lot of the times it might not be a condition, it might just be a trauma that they're going through that they need to talk to someone. And that's what we're seeing, because we are losing lives. We are losing lives that are people that are self-harming.
Thank you so much. Now moving forward to Natalia. You are, as someone deeply involved in coalition building and policy advocacy for immigrant communities, what lessons have you drawn from recent grassroots campaigns about sustaining momentum beyond moments of crisis?
Hello, okay, perfect. Hi everyone, my name is Natalia Saka. I'm the regional policy advocate for Chirla. And to answer your question about sustaining that momentum, one thing that I have learned is sustaining momentum is just sustaining relationships that you had with your partners. So for example, when we passed the Riverside City resolution, there was a lot of organizations and elected officials that we reached out to for letters of support or provide a public comment. And I have just been keeping them in the loop about other efforts, because we are trying to replicate a similar policy in different cities across the IE. And then as for your second question,
it was about how young organizers and allies better center immigrant voices in shaping long-term policy solutions.
Thank you for that refresher. For that, I would say picking with community, so what I do with Chirla members, what we at Chirla do, we try to empower our members. So that means taking them with us to lobby visits in Sacramento, DC, or even at the local level, because we want them to participate, right? So for a long-term policy goal, it's just to overall empower the individual and create leaders.
Thank you so much. Following up on that, so practically, where should families and schools turn first today? Are there hotlines, know your rights, or legal clinics? Where you think they should be turning to?
That's a packed one. So for our immigrant assistance hotline, I actually don't have the number with me. I'm really bad with remembering numbers. But you can find it on the chirla.org page, and our immigrant assistance hotline. You can call them, ask for resources, and they will hook you up. And as for, you mentioned parents, teachers.
Yes.
Okay, parents and teachers, well, teachers in specific, they can reach out to their administrators. So there's a lot of questions, what happens if ICE shows up to schools? They can reach out to their administrators to see what is the safety plan around that. And those administrators could also reach out to the superintendent as well, because there are state laws that protect schools. Like, for example, AB 49 is a state law that just passed limiting ICE from coming into schools.
Thank you so much. That is very insightful. So you have worked in international diplomacy, and now you do regional advocacy. What did the UN lens teach you about designing rights-centered local responses for immigrant and refugee families?
Right. So I learned many things when I was working within different UN entities. So I would say is always centering people. And we always get that answer, right? But when I mean centering the people affected, the vulnerable communities itself, is you also must go out of your way to be flexible with them. And what do I mean by that? So with Chirla, when we do lobby visits, I organize them and I prep the members, And sometimes our members, they don't have transportation, or we need to be flexible with their schedules, right? And another issue is the language barrier. Some of our members, they speak Spanish, so I try to make sure that these barriers are not present during the meeting. So I would translate, be flexible with their schedules, because again, we're trying to empower individuals and create leaders. And then lastly, one thing that I want to say, a testament to this is our organizing department. There's several organizers that started off at Cheerla that were once Cheerla volunteers or Cheerla members, and now they're organizers for our organization. And this is just to say, when you get people involved, they want to continue getting involved. So this is how we're creating leaders.
Thank you so much. Now, my questions will go to all of you. So my first question is, KPBS and UCR recently highlighted a child mental health crisis tied to immigration enforcement, as we discussed. If Riverside County declared this public health emergency, what 3 actions would each of you would take in the next 6 months?
It's on. There we go. I think if the county were to move forward with issuing this as a public health crisis, I think immediately, and one thing that I was a little disappointed we didn't get movement on, but we did have some discussions, was actually trying to establish a legal justice fund for Riverside residents in the city of Riverside that could have been impacted. And we do know that there have been families in this community that have been directly impacted already from ICE, whether that's being taken or other things that have just directly affected their families or individuals. So I think seeing how we can continue to actually fund those spaces, because again, this could cost someone thousands of dollars, if not more, in the event someone is taken, or even as we talk about the family preparation plans. That's also a big important item. So I think how we can start to see where we need to step up again at our local, from our city and county levels, to put funding into these types of legal aid spaces is going to be very pivotal. And then further supporting the food resilience items that we need to cover, housing support as well. As Lou said, I mean, at the end of the day, the economic impact is huge. And I think people realize we are going to see consequential impacts in terms of revenue for our communities. Immigrants, we know, are one of the biggest, tax, we pay the most taxes, essentially, and the returns that we don't often see because they don't qualify for other programs and things. So I just want to share that is going to be something that I don't think we've really wrapped our heads around. So cities and counties also have to start to brace and prepare themselves. If we don't get the forefront to make sure people feel safe to go to work or to go out to contribute to our economy and society, we're going to feel that shock impact at the local level.
Thank you so much. Would you like to go next, Executive Director?
I see this as an opportunity. I mean, we did it during COVID, right, where we were declared a health crisis, and the way that we need to lead is by listening, and from there organizing and then taking action. Because we truly believe that those closest to the pain have to be closest to the power. And in order to really create systems change or solutions, we need to listen to the grassroots. So everything that we could create as a county or as a city or as a state or as a country, it has to be a bottom-up approach in order for anything to really address the needs of our most vulnerable population. We are seeing how right now with all the cuts, the federal cuts in SNAP, and all of these different programs are impacting many residents. And those are residents with privilege, because remember, undocumented immigrants don't have access to shit, They don't have access to anything. But they've been suffering these conditions since before, not having access to food. So at the same time, I'm a true believer that God does everything for a reason. And maybe for those that never have known how it is to suffer or to not have access, are going to experience that. And now we're going to create that sense of empathy of those that don't have access to any privilege. So, this is not the first time, and it won't be the last. We learn from history, But then we also see opportunities to continue uplifting our communities and uplifting their struggles that have always been there. And at this point, with all these cuts, many people that never knew how it was not to have something are going to experience it, especially around the economic impact and around the access to any of these benefits.
Thank you so much. Dr. Gutierrez, do you want to go next?
So just to respond briefly to that is that if it were declared to be a public health crisis, I guess one kind of concrete suggestion I would have is to, if folks are interested in making an impact, not feeling helpless and doing your part, I would encourage you not to look in the channels that you're told to look into. So what I mean by that is that often during these times, certain institutions can become funnels for different efforts and ultimately slow those efforts. As Luz was describing, the institution to invest in is the one at the grassroots level. Go to the community, figure out, and develop a relationship, be in relation, and figure out what's the infrastructure, the pre-existing infrastructure that has allowed these communities to survive. That is the mentality, not what is the solution we can bring to them, as Luz was describing. And so it's important that folks think about, rather than what makes this community, vulnerable, the question can be what has allowed them to persist so long, and to strengthen that as opposed to seeking kind of pathology and trying to fix problems.
Thank you so much. Natalia, what do you think about regional advocacy?
Is this on? Okay, perfect. I would like to piggyback on the answer of the council member. We do need a legal justice fund out here in Riverside, especially the IE. It's a legal desert when it comes to things like removal defense procedures. So definitely the creation of a legal justice fund and having more of our elected officials be on our side and advocating for our community.
Thank you so much. Taking that conversation further, what do you think the most underused city or county tool we already have? An underused city or county tool we already have. And we need to utilize that tool more. Yeah.
Okay. It's not necessarily a tool. I would say community contacting their local elected officials. I had a friend that she was having some issues with county agency, and she's been having this issue for months, and I told her, why don't you just call your supervisor's office? And she didn't know what county supervisor's role played. Anyways, her issue got fixed within like a week. So always contact your local elected officials. Sometimes they have resources that you don't know about. Yeah.
No, thank you for that. I was going to suggest, I agree, definitely connecting, of course, as well with your local elected officials. Sorry, I just draw a complete blank and I was like, what was I going to recommend? Social media, that's what it is. I'm so sorry. Social media, I just want to share that when we started getting hit in Riverside, we're putting out these, alerts, letting folks know this is location, making sure that you let your family get home safe, but we were including in all the slides, know your rights, in English and Spanish. Just to share, one post went viral that it had over 500,000 views, trafficked my page, but that was shared over 100,000 times on various social media channels. No, and I don't credit it for myself. It's like everyone who shared it, but I mean, I've been shocked to see the traffic coming in, but to me, it's the amplification of the information, right? And I think that sometimes we, and for mine, I'm like, oh, I got 5,000 followers, whatever, but that matriculated with collaborating, right? You can collaborate now with pages, other people who have bigger followings. So I'm collaborating with folks that have stronger followings. And then from there, we're just seeing this like powerful network of community band together for us to get this information out. And that to me is impactful. The faster we can use social media as a tool to leverage to make sure that people can know right away, hey, ICE is in the city, this is location, make sure people are home safe, or hey, they're in this part of the community. Or again, do you know your rights? Do you know what a warrant looks like? what does it mean to have a signature by a judge? I mean, all these things. And so those visuals are so pivotal. And I feel like that for me has been the shock factor, is just seeing how eager people are willing to share to help, which is fantastic. But I think that that's something we think, you know, all of you here have the power. If you have a page and you have some following, that is privilege and we should use it. So I would say that utilize your tool of your social media, collaborating with friends and other pages, because you're going to help to get the information to people who desperately need it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Clarissa. I don't have social media myself. But Todek has social media. But and you know, there's a lot of stuff I want to share, but I'm gonna share a little bit because I want to piggyback off our council member. Social media. You know, Todek was born in Paris, California. So in Paris, over 30 years ago, we actually passed a resolution in support of immigrants to protect our immigrants and farm workers, because these stories that we're going through, we've lived them. Right? And now, and seeing that these resolutions that we passed over 30 years ago, they're still holding strong within our city, and our council and our mayor used his social media when we got one of an operation in Paris and actually implemented what we are as a city, right? That it's not the first time and it's not the last that we passed these resolutions in the past, but now with social media, you know, he went viral, and you know, a lot of folks say, "Oh, I saw your mayor," you know. But yeah, that's an amazing tool for those that have social media. For me, that's my sanity not having it. But also I want to share that there's so many tools within the county, within our region, that we have so many amazing organizations, not only nonprofits, but also different agencies from the county and departments that have amazing programs. And what we continue to do within Todek through our immigrant integration hotline is connecting our community members with our partners. So to be honest, our community is using it because it's been around for so many years. But for those agencies that are not using it yet, it's connect with us, because within our network, we vet agencies, we vet programs in order for us to connect our Inland Empire immigrants or farm workers to those services that they need. Because if we don't have it in-house, we have amazing partners that are offering that service. So the number is 951-388-2008, and it's activated. It's connecting community members to different services and programs, county, you know, state, nonprofits, but also connecting them when they need access to legal if they're detained. So this is a tool that we have. That community, to be honest, they utilize it, but we want to make sure that also other county or other organizations that have not signed up and sent us their resources to continue to update us, because we do have hundreds of partners, but I know sometimes partners or organizations have different grants, different programs, and now they offer other services. Please, if you're not tapped into us, please update your information with our call center, and that way they could continue connecting, especially during these times that community needs access to different programming and services. That way we could continue connecting community members with the services that you all offer. Thank you.
Just to briefly piggyback on what was said too, my answer is a little more abstract. I don't have any concrete recommendations in terms of tools from the county or community organizations, but I would say something along the lines of teamwork being a skill that I think everyone should lean on. I think part of the tactics from authoritarianism is to make us feel like we need to take it all on by myself, and no one can. And so some of us will be fighting vertical battles within an institution, going up the chain, and some of us will be fighting on the ground horizontally. You can't do it all, and you probably shouldn't. And so I encourage people who want to get involved, who want to persist, that it is a group effort, and to see your role as uniquely integrated into a larger group. In that way, you're allowed to kind of sustain yourself and stay a little bit longer in the game. You can think of like a choir, can continue to sing without interruption if they're taking turns, taking breaths. And so it's important not to see this as what I can do individually by myself, but rather what can I fit into that's already being done, and that leads to kind of sustainable types of efforts so that you don't burn out because the only person who benefits from that is, authoritarianism.
Thank you so much. Having said that, one data point or story that changed the way you now work on this issue. One data point or story that made you think, made you work differently on this current issue.
Okay, you all know I'm an organizer and I'm a true advocate for our community. And I share and uplift the stories of our vulnerable community to educate and inform those in power. And I want to share the following story, and I have permission from the mother of this child. And I have so many stories, but I want to bring this one forward just because we started talking about the impact on the well-being of kids. And it's going to be a little heavy, but I'm going to share it with y'all. Just be patient with me. We are in November. 5 months ago, we get a call in our hotline of a mother crying, asking for help. She shared that she wanted help for burial services for her young daughter. So she got connected to our caseworkers, and our caseworkers reached out to me and shared the situation with the mother. And the mother wanted to connect with me, and I followed up with her, and she shared what happened to her daughter. A 12-year-old young girl, mother, a farm worker, the father is a landscaper. They found their little girl hanged in her closet. The mother shared that in the last weeks, they were going through hardship. The parents argued, the kids listened, and the little girl didn't. What she said, I started seeing my daughter wasn't eating, no quería comer, no dormía. The night I would see her, on social media, and le quitaba el teléfono. I would take away her phone, and she said, you need to sleep. Why are you up? You need to sleep. And she didn't want to go to school. She shared that, the little girl she said, I don't want to go to school because they're bullying me because they said, immigration, you're a wetback. And the mom's like, you're not a wetback, you were born here in the US. They're like, yeah, but you're a wetback, Mom. And because of you, they're bullying me at school. The mom shared that sometimes they were having trouble with the rent. They're like, ¿qué vamos a hacer? No podemos pagar la renta. How are we going to survive? It's very limited money. Some of the days that they would see immigration, social media going off, that immigration was in the streets, they wouldn't go to work. So that impacted their well-being. Fast forward, she found her little girl dead. I said, you didn't take her to the doctor? And she said, I took her to the doctor because no quería comer, se estaba poniendo bien flaquita. She didn't want to eat, she was losing so much weight. And the doctor said it was just because she was going through the teenage, she was 12, going on to 13, and she was going through all of this, but her blood came out good. That's why I said, it's not just about our vitals or blood work. Doctors need to dive in deeper with our kids, with our families. Because I truly feel if they would have connected her with mental health services, she would still be alive. The mom shared her story with me, and she said, she left the note. She showed me the note, and from what I remember, she said, Mama, in Spanish, Mom and Dad, you're going to have one less person to feed. You don't need to worry about me anymore. Within other, but that, how can a child, be thinking that she needs to take her own life so her parents wouldn't have to suffer because she would see her parents fighting. This is what our families are going through. And this is just one story of the many that we hear. And their stories, my story and our organization's story, and that's why we do the work we do. And that's how we shift the way we shift, because this region's personal to us. This is where I was born and raised, and I say child adverse experiences is real because I went through that one as a child. And it comes back as adults, That's why, as we're talking about mental health, we need so much right now. We need food, we need housing, we need legal, we need everything. But if our people is not here, if our immigrants are not with us, alive and well, what's the point of everything else? So priority has to be the livelihood of our families, of our kids. Trauma is real, and we need our clinics, we need all those professionals to listen really closely as they're attending our patients, and we need them to dive deeper. And I share this story because you asked for it, but it's just heavy on all of us that work on the daily basis with our vulnerable population, that our community is suffering. And we're just first year, we don't know where it's gonna happen from here on. We have 3 more years. But for us, about the person, but for others, it's about their economy. And trust me, if we don't have a strong immigrant workforce, there goes our economy.
I want to echo that, and my answer is similarly as to what Luz had described. It's hearing stories like that every day that kind of reorients me to thinking about what's possible and the limitations of what's possible as an individual and individual treatment. And so those are stories that unfortunately are not uncommon. And Luz, thank you so much for sharing that. I really appreciate you sharing that, and I can see how painful this was to share it. And I hope we can all kind of hold that hurt with you, because it's certainly not the first time I've heard something like that, and those stories also mobilize something in me too. And so my answer would be similar to Luz's.
Thank you, Luz, so much for sharing that. For me, a data pointer story that has moved me is when I often visit detention centers just to check up on folks to see how they're doing. But what really moved me is when I find out that 18-year-olds are at detention centers when they should be in high school. It's why should there be young people at detention centers with no criminal backgrounds? They should be in high school. So when I find out how the youth, like Luz, the story that Luz shared, how they're impacted, it's hard not to get motivated by this.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Dr. Goertes and Natalia. Council members not here, but thank you so much for sharing all these stories and your insights. I think we all needed this kind of conversation, and this has actually helped the audience and us to learn more about this issue. With that, we'll end the panel, and thank you for joining us today. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sybil, and I'm a Dean's Ambassador of the School of Public Policy. It's truly my pleasure to bring Chief Development Officer Bree Grissett-Smith, who brings over 20 years of experience in fundraising and program development, staff management, financial administration, organizational and board leadership, and strategic planning, most recently as Chief Development Officer for Discovery Science Foundation. Officer Grissett-Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this honor. Today we gather to strengthen our resilience and persist in our pursuit of change. We're honored to welcome a woman whose work truly embodies the spirit of this conference. Dr. Justine Ross is the Executive Director of the Center for Community Solutions at UC Riverside School of Public Policy, where she leads research and partnerships that turn data into action, helping communities across inland Southern California build equity, opportunity, and well-being for all. Under her leadership, the center has worked together with nonprofits, public agencies, and educators to tackle the challenges that affect our daily lives. Everything from economic mobility to workforce development and access to opportunity. Most recently, Dr. Ross and her team partnered with the Inland Empire Community Foundation's Women Giving Fund to release Thriving in the Inland Empire, Women and Well-Being Through the Lens of Vital Conditions. This groundbreaking study shines a light on how women in our region are really doing, where we're thriving, where we're struggling, and what it will take to build a future where every woman has the opportunity to rise. Beyond the data, her work is deeply human. She focuses on the policies and systems that shape our ability to live, work, and lead with dignity. And she brings both intellect and heart to every conversation about how to make things better. Dr. Ross holds a PhD in political science from UC Riverside, an MBA from UCLA Anderson School of Management, and has a background in government affairs and campaign management. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to a brilliant researcher, an inspiring leader, and a woman helping to build a stronger, fairer Inland Empire, Dr. Justine Ross. Thank you. Always a pleasure. Thank you. I'll see you in a little bit too. Sounds good.
Thank you so much. How are you all doing? I am in the very enviable position of being the last presentation of the day, and the last presentation of the day that is data heavy and graph heavy and all of the things that typically keep people awake. So bear with me here. I do think that we have some really exciting sort of exploratory findings from the study that we conducted to share with you all. I'm really excited to be able to bring it to this audience. I do want to start though by thanking our organizers here, the UCR School of Public Policy, all of the ambassadors for putting on an incredible event with the Office of Government and Community Relations. Denise, thank you so much for making this possible and giving us this space. And thank you as well to the Inland Empire Community Foundation, Bree, for her introduction that I will not live up to. But thank you to the IE Community Foundation for really investing in this work early on. And I'm really excited to be able to bring, again today, to share with you some of the findings from this work that we've been doing with IECF. Magic. All right, so as Bree talked about and I just sort of alluded to, all of this, everything you're going to see today is really born of conversations that we started having with the Inland Empire Community Foundation in probably December or January of earlier this year, December of 24, around ways that we might be able to help them sort of get data that will establish a baseline of well-being in the Inland Empire through the lens of the Vital Conditions Framework. So the Vital Conditions Framework essentially just puts language to and recognizes that there are a whole host of factors that you need to have sort of working together in order to live a life that is healthy, where you're thriving, a life of abundance. And so we talked with them about sort of various ways that we could do this, and we've now had 2 projects with them, one directly with the Women's Giving Fund, one with IECF more generally, where we interrogate this, again, trying to get sort of this baseline understanding of what it means to thrive in the IE. And so when you look at this wheel of vital conditions that's over on the left side of the screen, what you'll notice is that belonging and civic muscle is at the center. And that's really intentional. I've learned as somebody who's newer to vital conditions, it recognizes sort of the necessity of having strength and connection in your community, strength and civic engagement. They call it civic muscle, more or less civic engagement, in order to have strength in these other conditions. That without that, you aren't able to maximize sort of your strength in these other conditions. And so what we're really going to focus on today is some of our data from a survey that we conducted in June and July of earlier this year that really dug in pretty deeply into belonging and civic engagement. Oh, and by belonging, we're really talking about the degree to which you're connected with others in your local community, to the extent to which you feel seen, heard, able to be your authentic self. And when we talk about civic muscle, we're talking about civic engagement, but we're talking about more than just voting or jury duty or sort of those like more traditional measures I think that we think of. We're really talking about how do people come together, connect, collaborate to find solutions to sort of shared problems. So I don't know about you all, but I noticed probably about 3, 4, 5 years ago, sort of during COVID, there was sort of this emerging kind of public discussion of the loneliness epidemic. Does this ring a bell for, okay. It made sense coming out of COVID, we were so isolated physically, why this would sort of come into the forefront of our minds. But what we really saw it rise to kind of higher levels of discussion, I think, is after the U.S. Surgeon General released this advisory recognizing the effects of having a lack of connection, a lack of ties to your community as, again, this sort of epidemic, this public health concern in the United States. So this was back in 2023. At that point, the U.S. Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, had been in his role for about 10 years, and he talks extensively in this report, which I'll have a link to in a couple of slides if you're interested, but he talks extensively about how in his first 10 years in his role, he would travel around the U.S., and that even if people didn't use the word lonely, they would say things like, I just feel like I have to go through life on my own. I just feel like whatever life brings, I'm shouldering the burden. I don't know who I'd call. I don't know who could help. I just kind of, again, feel at this by myself. And so he said it was through those conversations that he realized this is more than just loneliness. This is having an impact, is raising the level that we need to recognize this as a critical public health crisis. And fortunately, there were decades of research to support and sort of underscore with data the impact that connection has on our health. So again, lots of research here. I encourage you to go to that website if you want to learn more. They have all sorts of great sort of fact sheets and things to kind of build out. But just to give you a very high-level summary here, we know that having strength in community connection and having sort of this high sense of belonging in your local community, it reduces your chance of premature death. It reduces your risk of heart attack and stroke. Social isolation, or even the belief that you're socially isolated, even if you're not actually socially isolated, has the same effect with respect to inflammation within your body as does a lack of physical activity. And then finally, and I think probably most closely aligned with a lot of what we're going to be covering today, people who have very strong connections in their local community are significantly more likely to report good health. So again, we know that there are all of these individual level health benefits to having strength in your local connection. But beyond that, there are a host of sort of these community level benefits that you see and that are very well documented by prior research. And so with respect to public health, you see in communities with high levels of community connection, increased health protective behaviors. So you see greater vaccine uptake, you see more people going to their well visits every year, you see decreased mortality during events like COVID. And you also see decreased criminal activity. So in communities with higher levels of community connection, their murder and their car theft rates are substantially lower than those with higher levels of disconnection. You also see decreased death due to natural disaster. And this sort of makes sense. Like when you think about it, in my mind, belonging and connection is always sort of like a squishy concept, but this starts to make sense when you think about it, right? Because you can imagine if a fire is barreling down the hill behind your home, if you don't feel a strong sense of connection to your neighbor, you might just pack up your car, get your dogs in the car, get your kids if you have kids, and get out of Dodge. But if you feel a strong sense of responsibility and attachment and connection to those around you, you're much more likely to, pack up your car, get the dogs in the car, all of that, but you're very likely also gonna go knock on doors, honk your horn going down the street, give other people a warning that they also need to get out. And so you start to sort of, again, think about ways this might be playing out kind of more practically, so it isn't just, kind of this squishy amorphous concept. With respect to economic prosperity, you see communities with higher levels of connection having lower unemployment during economic downturns. Makes sense, since so much of finding a job, keeping a job has to do with our local networks. You see increased GDP growth in these communities relative to those that have lower levels of connections, higher incomes in the jobs that are offered, higher levels of educational attainment. And probably most material to what we're all talking about here today and what the focus of this presentation will be. You also see that communities that have strength in local connection and belonging have higher levels of empathy, are more willing to cooperate, to collaborate, to find solutions to local problems. And you then in turn have enhanced responsiveness, and representativeness of local government. And the really important thing, though, to sort of reap these benefits that we're talking about, you can't just have connection in your own silos with people who are like you. You have to have broad-based connection across everybody. People who are like you, people who are dissimilar, people who agree with you, people who don't. And this makes sense, because if you're just sort of opting in and have really strong connections to people who are reinforcing what you think and believe, who are sort of providing this echo chamber effect, you don't necessarily, don't get the benefits. You end up othering people. You end up having a degree of social isolation between groups. And so it's really, really important that when we talk about local connection and belonging, we're talking about how do we build sort of broad-based local connection, which in my mind is interesting because I think when we hear this talked about publicly, this idea of connection and the loneliness epidemic, I don't know about you, I more often than not hear about it talked about as the male loneliness epidemic. And that's not to say that there's not a reason for that, there absolutely is, and not to discredit, obviously, differences across gender, certainly we're going to be getting into those, but at the end of the day, the reason sort of why we're here today and what we're hoping to go through, I think, with the IE, is to really look at men and women. Where do we stand? Where do women in particular stand with respect to men? But really, what are we looking at with respect to our degree of connection and belonging in the region? And so jumping now into the data. So I'm going to be presenting, again, just sort of exploratory, mostly descriptive statistics from a survey that we ran over a 2-week period in June and July earlier this year. We surveyed just under 2,400 IE residents, that's coextensive with Riverside and San Bernardino counties. Everybody was over the age of 18, and the sample is roughly 50-50 with respect to men and women. And there's a link, a QR code at the very end. If you want to see the full demographics for this study, you can go and see the report online. But specifically, we're going to focus on several measures from that survey today. It was a very long 15-minute survey. We did a lot of replication of questions from other established surveys to make sure that the IE could be in conversation with and compared to other regions. And so we used Cantrell's Ladder, which is a 2-question measurement of self-anchored well-being or life satisfaction. We used a belonging barometer for local community belonging. So these are 10 statements where you rate your level of agreement or disagreement with them, and then we take your average score, and you're characterized as belonging, experiencing ambiguity, or exclusion. So we'll talk more about that. We also use a civic engagement scale, which, very similar to the belonging barometer, gives you a series of statements where you rate your level of agreement, and then you're sort of categorized as experiencing low, moderate, or high levels of civic engagement. And then we replicated some other sort of assorted civic engagement type measures from major studies like the American National Election Study, General Social Science Survey, American Social Capital Survey, and many, many more. So again, if you're interested in our methodology, please check out, when I put the QR code up, please check out that report. So starting now with well-being. I'm starting here because all of this sort of, when you look at the literature on connection, on civic engagement, and obviously IECF's interests, this is all sort of feeding up to well-being. So I'll start and end with well-being today. So we wanted to take a look at how does women's self-reported well-being compared to men's in the IE. And so we measure this using Cantrell's ladder. So Cantrell's ladder asks you to imagine your life as a ladder, not creative naming here. Imagine your life as a ladder where there are 10 rungs, and you rate your life today and in 5 years from 0 to 10. And then based on those two answers, you're then grouped into one of three categories. You're categorized as thriving if your well-being is said to be strong and consistent, struggling if your well-being is more moderate, kind of precarious, an adverse life event might sort of send you down that ladder, or suffering. And that's where you have very low well-being, you're at high risk, it's characterized by having daily challenges, and this is the population that is typically very, very difficult to reach through traditional policies, supports, programs, that sort of thing. And so we administer these two questions, again, to our sample of just under 2,400 IE residents, and we find that women in the IE report lower well-being than men in the IE. It's not a huge difference, but we're looking at about 39% of women falling into that highest category of thriving relative to about 44% of men. Similarly, about 55% of women are struggling relative to 50% of men. So again, it's not a huge difference. We're only looking at 5 percentage points here, but it is statistically significant. So we'll come back to this a little bit later on. But the next sort of course for us as we were talking about this presentation and kind of what to go into next is we wanted to look at, okay, so what is this mean, or what might we learn about well-being if we look at belonging and civic engagement, or belonging and civic muscle? And so what you're looking at here, there are going to be a lot of graphs the next like 4 or 5 slides. I'll walk you through them. What you're looking at here are the results of the belonging barometer. So again, this is those 10 statements where you rate your level of agreement, and then you're categorized as having, essentially low, moderate, or high belonging, exclusion, ambiguity, or belonging. And what we see is that about 66% of men experience what prior researchers call non-belonging in their local community, relative to about 70% of women. So again, not a tremendous difference. We're only looking again at about 4% between men and women, but again, statistically significant within our sample. And the nice thing about the belonging barometer, I think in particular, is that because there are sort of these 10 individual statements, you aren't just left with this sort of aggregate measure. You're able to really dig into how different people are answering, rating their level of agreement with each of those statements that make up this measure. And so, again, a lot going on here. I'll walk you through it. What you're looking at here are those 10 belonging barometer statements. And specifically, you're looking at the percent of people who agree with each statement. So they rated a 4 or 5 on that 5-point scale. And what you see is that women score slightly higher than men on statements that are related to authenticity and being treated fairly in their local community. They also score, there's sort of less disparity between men and women's answers and level of agreement for other statements that are more closely tied to a sense of connection that's rooted in sort of close, familiar relationships, spaces where people feel kind of known and accepted. But when you look at other measures, particularly these sort of 4 or 5 rather, on the right side of the screen where there starts to be greater disparity between men and women's answers, you see that women start to report lower belonging, especially around statements that touch on themes related to inclusion and influence and feeling like they're insiders who know how their local communities work. And they're less comfortable at the end of the day. If you look at statement 10 here, there is the greatest disparity with respect to their level of comfort in expressing their opinions within their local community. Call from beyond. Okay. What does this potentially tell us? There's nothing definitively conclusive here, but it does start to suggest that the type of connection that women have within their communities may be different than men. And specifically, that their level of connection, their sort of strength and connection where they outperform men with their level of agreement or are more similar to men is really in their connection to people who are kind of closer within their circle or closer to them. There still is potentially a barrier with respect to accessing public spaces, feeling like you can access public spaces. Should we answer? Do I have that option? No? Okay. So, big takeaway here being that women's belonging, again, suggested here, nothing definitively conclusive, nothing causal, but we do start to see some evidence that women's belonging may be more personal within their local community than it's necessarily public. And so for us, what was really important to look at next was, do we see this reflected in sort of this trend that we're seeing start to emerge? Do we see this reflected with respect to how they engage civically, how they feel about engaging civically? And so, really turning to this question of, is there disparity in women's stated belonging reflected in how they engage civically and what they think about engaging civically? And so this graph will look very similar to the one a couple slides back. This is the civic engagement scale. So these are those 13 statements, very similar, where those, the further you go to the left of the graph, the more level of agreement or the greater agreement there is between men and women. The right side, the less. And what we see is that women in the IE, if you look particularly to the left side of the screen, but also in those blue boxes, women in the IE hold very strong civic values. They very much believe in the importance of civic engagement at a level that is similar to, if not higher than men. What we start to see, though, is, especially if you look to the right side or those red boxes, you start to see there be a bit of a breakdown with respect to when we move beyond belief into action. So the level of engagement that women, necessarily have in the IE. And we wanted, again, to dig sort of deeper into this to see how those beliefs translate into real-world behavior. So we also looked at the type of civic activities that men and women have participated in the last 12 months. So one of the questions that we replicated looked specifically and asked, in the last 12 months, have you participated in, and there was a menu of, I think, 15 or 16, I'm looking for Rachel right now because she would probably know this offhand better than I do. And of course, she just stepped out. But yeah, there were a menu of about 15 or 16 options where you could check off sort of everything you've done in the last 12 months that would qualify as a form of connection or civic engagement. And we see things like men are more likely to have worked on a community project, attended a public meeting, attended a political meeting or a rally, whereas women are more likely to have volunteered, more likely to have been to a friend's house, been a part of a parent-teacher or school-related group. And so again, we're starting to dig into these specific activities, and again, seeing this trend of, or this sort of potential pattern where it seems like women, when they are engaging civically, it's closer to home. It's through more local networks. It's in those spaces that historically women have been provided access to. We're sort of seeing this trend in the IE at least persist. But what does this all mean for well-being? So we're kind of back to where we started. So to get some insight into this, we modeled well-being as a function of your local community belonging score and your civic engagement score. So this for men and women. And we see that both local community belonging and civic engagement are significantly associated with well-being in the IE when we control for things like age and race, ethnicity, education, income. Again, if you look at our report, you'll see sort of the full list of demographics there. But specifically, to give you an idea of sort of the extent to which these two factors are correlated with well-being, if you look, a 1 unit increase in your local community belonging score increases your odds, if you're a woman, of being in a higher well-being category by about 250%. The interesting thing that we won't have time for to get in today is that that's actually lower than it is for men. For men, it's a 400% bump. So again, getting back to that male loneliness epidemic, there might be more to it there. But still, 250% is a significant jump. For civic engagement, a 1 unit increase in your civic engagement score increases your odds of being in a higher well-being category by about 165%. And both of these odds are greater than the bump that you would get from an increase in income. So again, these are really, really meaningful differences, very much consistent with that very broad body of work that underlies the Surgeon General Advisory. But I think helpful when we start to think about, especially for the IE Community Foundation, I know that they have thought a lot about how do you build belonging and civic engagement, civic muscle in the region, and what is the return? How do we sort of conceptualize that and tie that back to well-being? And you do have a sense here of, things like income absolutely matter for well-being. And I think it's very easy for us to see that connection of with money comes the ability to live in a safer home and to afford medical care and all of these things that, of course, raise your, overall life satisfaction, your ability to thrive. But when we're saying that, an increase in community belonging in your level of civic engagement has, just as big of an impact as an increase, a 1 unit increase in our study of income, that's really, again, it gives you an idea of sort of the magnitude of this sort of squishy concepts correlation, rather, with well-being. So key takeaways, belonging is lower for women than men in the Inland Empire. Where it is stronger than it is for men, or where it is more similar as to it is for men, it's typically more so in like local, personal, relational spaces, not really connection in more public spaces where we see decisions of influence and impact being made. Civic engagement is lower for women than men in the IE as well. Again, very similar to belonging, where it does exist for women higher than men or more similar to men, it really, again, is in the sort of relational and local forms. And then finally, consistent sort of with what you would expect having, if you're familiar with, again, that broader literature on connection and well-being, higher levels of belonging and civic engagement are associated with a boost to well-being in the Inland Empire that is significant and has as large of an impact as income. So looking forward, and this is where I'm a little bit out of my depth and would rely on the folks in this room. I'm coming from this from a researcher perspective. I'm newer to the practitioner spaces. I know I've had these conversations with IECF, but what does this sort of mean more practically? What does this mean if we want to build belonging and local connection in the IE among women with an eye toward knowing that it has to be inclusive of men as well? How might we go about that? What are some things to keep in mind based on, again, this sort of exploratory data? Well, one is, if women are more likely to engage in spaces that are closer to home, that are within their own networks, we have to be sort of cognizant about building bridges, but also, inviting women explicitly to join. And this is consistent with it. There's a body of work on sort of why you see women volunteer more and how women get involved civically. And it very much is rooted in those personal invitations. And so as much as we're able to tap into our network and say, we'll invite 3 women that you know, and then have them invite 3 women that they know, that is potentially a very powerful way of sort of encouraging women to get involved in local community spaces. Designing for inclusion, there's a whole literature on this, and wouldn't surprise me if somebody already talked about this today, but if you have a public meeting, be mindful of maybe not hosting it at 8 in the morning when a lot of women are doing childcare drop-off, being sort of mindful of barriers or roles that maybe are a little bit more unique to women that might prevent them sort of having equal access to these spaces. And then finally, women are really, really good at advocating for other people, not so good necessarily at advocating for ourselves. Again, there's a lot of research to back this up. There's a lot of social conditioning that goes on that makes it so that oftentimes when women have to advocate for themselves, they're more concerned about seeming, hyper-aggressive or unlikable, but they're very, very good at doing it on behalf of others. And so if you can't sort of find it in yourself to be civically engaged for yourself, if your friend wants to go before the Board of Supervisors and make a statement, encourage them to do so, advocate for them to do so, figure out how can you support them. If you can't do it for yourself in that moment, do it for her, she'll do it for you. And that might also be a way of sort of channeling what we're more comfortable with potentially, not to make broad generalizations, but maybe sort of viewing this as a lens of how can I advocate for others may also be effective for women in this space. So finally, thank you. Really quickly, if you want to see the full report, we have a very long technical appendix. It's up there on our website. And I do just really quickly want to call out and thank Rachel Strausman in the back. And Munaz, are you here still? She was our moderator for the last panel. They both conducted research to support this study, were phenomenally helpful, know the data very, very well. They could be up here too. So thank you to them, and thank you to all of you for coming and making it through the last presentation with me here.
Wow, what an inspiring day. Thank you to the dedicated group that made it to the end of the day. Just reflecting on the day, from Erin Edwards' reminder that we all have the power to shape policy, to Connie Leva's story of courage and reinvention, and Sabrina Cervantes's and Dr. Noemi Hernandez Alexander's call to lead with authenticity and heart, we were reminded that persistence takes many forms. Our panels and workshops showed us that advocacy is everywhere, in storytelling and vulnerability, in protecting rights, and in the everyday work of building healthier, safer communities. Thank you to our speakers, sponsors, and especially to each of you for showing up and really making Persist what it is. As we leave, carry one lesson forward. Leadership begins with action. Keep mentoring, connecting, and speaking truth where it's needed most. Together, we will persist. Prior to leaving, just a few housekeeping items. Please fill out a brief survey at the registration desk. You can exchange that for one of these great purple Persist t-shirts. We really do appreciate your feedback. We integrate it in as we plan next year's conference, so please take the time to fill out the survey. The event is not quite over yet. We have a networking reception, which is going to take place in the Hub Plaza. So you just take the stairs or the elevator down to the first floor outside on the patio. We'll have some hors d'oeuvres, an opportunity to connect a little bit more, reflect on the day. KUCR will be DJing there. I just want to give one more shout out to our amazing School of Public Policy staff and students. They have been working day and night. They are the glue that's holding this conference together. And like I said at the beginning of the day, the attention to detail is unrivaled with that group. And I'm so grateful to partner with them on this conference. Thank you all so much for making Persist what it is. We look forward to seeing you next year, but there are a lot of days in between, and I hope we can use them well and connect with each other, especially in this difficult time. Let's keep connecting. So lovely to be in community with you all, and we'll see you downstairs at the reception.